Hello and welcome into the stream. For everybody joining us on YouTube and for those of you who've already tuned in on TikTok, thank you for being here for the day. If you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, obviously still supporting Trump in the big 2025, or honestly supporting him at all any time in the past is a huge mistake. He's a terrible president with a terrible character and terrible policy that's bad for this country. And there's about 1 billion reasons why. I just truly do not understand why anybody could still support him as president. So that's what we're here to figure out. And those are the minds that we're looking to change. Now, there is thousands of people that will watch this stream on YouTube once it's over as a VOD on my YouTube channel. So if you happen to be watching the stream a day in the future after it's over and it's a VOD on my YouTube channel, make sure to say what's good in that comment section. Don't forget to drop a like, drop a sub if you haven't already. To stay up to date, we do a live stream like this every day. But one thing that we like to do is we like to go over the breaking news. And the breaking news of today is that Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic raging over the fact that Congress is not allowing his nominees for lower ranking positions to get through and to become official. So yesterday evening, he hosted a press conference going over his bailout package for American farmers because they're being hurt right now because of his policy, the same way they were in his first term with the Farm Bill, which he had to sign into law to help bail them out. And after this press conference was over, the press was leaving and Trump was walking away. But as Trump was walking away, he was raging to one of his aides that he, quote unquote, can't appoint anybody. And everybody that he's appointed has had their time expire because he's not been able to get enough, what is it called? Blue strips? Okay, there's going to be a couple people in here who know exactly what I'm talking about. I think I'm really blanking on the word right now. Starts with blue. Blue slips. There we go. Because he can't get enough blue slips from congressmen and women to allow his nominees to become official and to allow for them to have their official positions. Democrats are blocking some of his U.S. attorney picks. Most recently, his U.S. attorney pick for New Jersey. And he's screaming about it too. Let's go ahead and listen to the short clip of Donald Trump being caught on a hot mic, raging that Congress will not pass his picks.
Thank you, Chris.
You know I cannot appoint anybody. Huh? I can't appoint anybody.
They're unplugged.
Everybody I've appointed, their time is expired. And then they're in default. And then we're losing weight.
So maybe that was a little bit hard to hear because once again, this was a hot mic. But on this hot mic, Donald Trump says, and I quote, "We are losing. You know, I cannot appoint anyone." An aide goes, "Huh?" He says, "I can't appoint anybody. Everybody I've appointed here, their time is expired." And then he goes on to say that then they're in default and we are losing cases. So the Trump administration is in a full panic mode over the fact that Congress is not letting his picks go through. He is full on raging. And I think that this rage will only continue to be something that we see more and more coming from the Trump administration. The closer we get to midterms, the more Republicans retire. If you remember watching the stream yesterday, then you would have heard me go over the fact that reportedly there's up to 20 Republicans in Congress who are set to retire in the next month because they know they're going to be a minority in the House. They don't know if they're going to win re-election, even in some what were safe red districts in the 2024 election cycle. And once that happens, I think we will only see a larger crash out from the totality of his administration because they can't do what they want to do. And by the way, they shouldn't be able to. Okay? They shouldn't be able to have ICE parading as their secret police wearing masks, violating the constitutional rights of Americans by turning their security cameras off when they approach their front doors. That's something that happened yesterday. Okay? They shouldn't be able to sit on the podium and lie to every single American saying that undocumented immigrants are vermin, Somali individuals are garbage, and that they're all here in this country because they escaped prisons or mental asylums. All right? And by the way, just something else I wanted to point out here, not necessarily about Trump, but more so about the right as a whole before we hop into the debates for the day, is that there has been a resurgence of racism, okay, that I haven't seen in my lifetime this year. And I believe that the breeding grounds for this racism has been the permissibility of structural racism by the Trump administration through the demonizing of DEI and the perpetuation of the deportation of immigrants, some being citizens, some being residents, and some being undocumented. I mean, yesterday what we saw is that MAGA was able to raise $130,000 for a white woman who told a Somali couple that she was racist and then screamed the N-word hard R at them and then lost her job because of it, because she did this on the job. And then the response from MAGA was to say, we need to give her $130,000. The response from MAGA was to say, we need to make sure that she's set for life because she made sure to slur a Somalian couple that were acting as customers at the store that she worked at, Cinnabon. And this isn't the first time that this has happened, by the way. We saw this happen with another lady who called a 5-year-old little black boy the hard R at a public playground around 6 months ago, who ended up making over $1 million because of it. Okay, and keep in mind, the same people donating to these racist individuals, ensuring that they're set for life because they hate black people, are the same people supporting the Trump administration, arguing that food stamps are too much and they don't care if a child is starving. They don't deserve to have food assistance. So in other words, if you're a starving child, you deserve to have nothing. If you are a DRUG addicted, convicted child endangerer that hates minorities and slurs them on the job, you deserve $1 million. And that's where we're at as a country. And the reason why I'm very specifically bringing this up is because I just saw a copy pasta over my TikTok chat where all of the MAGAs, all of the Republicans, all of the people on the right were spamming I hate N-words with a hard R. I mean, it was flooding the whole entire chat. And that's just a microcosm of a lens in to how the right is feeling, what the right is doing, and, what their thoughts are in the current state of America. And that is obviously going to be emboldened and inflamed when we have a president like Trump who's speaking from the Oval Office saying that all Somali individuals are garbage. That's obviously going to be emboldened when we have people like Trump, right, saying that you should only be speaking English in America. When we have people like J.D. Vance, not even 2 days ago, who said it's perfectly reasonable, right, to want your neighbors to be able to speak English, okay, right, to only be able to speak English. And we're only going to see this more and more and more, I think, until we're able to get America back on track by ensuring, right, that this racism, right, isn't being explicitly allowed and celebrated by those in the highest ranking position of power available to any human on the face of planet Earth. Now, we actually already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded into the live, and that would be Brendan. Brendan, I really appreciate your patience, man. You've just been hanging out with us while I've been opening the YouTube stream and going over some news over the course of the last 8 minutes, and I really appreciate you for that. But at this point of the day, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. Brendan, I'd like you to take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president. And quite frankly, I'd also really like it if you could try to find a way to respond to some of the points that I just brought up about Trump, ranging from his rhetoric against minorities, his rhetoric against immigrants, maybe some of the things that I brought up about ICE, and how I believe that the Trump administration is only further emboldening and allowing explicit racism in America today.
I would say, those are some pretty heavy topics that I've always in my life had to talk about, even discuss, because I am biracial. So I see a lot of both sides, actually, just in a daily life, you know what I mean? And this is literally how I live my life. If I go down...
Okay, I'd like to clarify. I obviously think that there's going to be racist people on the left. Okay, 110%.
Yeah, absolutely.
But have you ever seen a live stream with 11,000 people in it, with the left fighting the right in the comment section, with everybody on the left saying stop, then everybody on the right spamming the N-word hard R? But inverse? Have you ever seen the opposite of that happening?
Have I ever seen the opposite of that happening?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a group of thousands of conservatives, right, begging a group of thousands of liberals to stop, right, using explicit hate speech? Because I haven't, right? So although I agree, there's a lot of racist people on the left. Okay, I don't think that being a Democrat makes you not racist. I think that we obviously are going to see much more racism on the right, which makes sense considering the fact that the right has roots in the Confederacy. The modern right has roots in the KKK, and the modern right has roots in anti-Christian, quote unquote Christian, racist arguments propped up in the America South in the 1970s and 80s for quote unquote states' rights, when in all reality it was just to take more rights away from minorities.
Yeah, I don't really believe in bringing along history technically. Um, and the reason why is I prefer to be optimistic, right? And that to believe that the world can change, you know what I mean? And as well as citing points, you know, people and sides and views can all switch. However, I've noticed that, you know, if you take the swastika, you know, it was once a good symbol. Now we look at it like it's a Nazi symbol, but I don't think ever again will we be able to look at it like its former counterpart, where, you know, it was once a good symbol. If you show anybody that symbol, 9 times out of 10, they're thinking of Hitler.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a shame because it's not technically what it was originated as.
Yeah,
And, you know,
I agree with you that
taking
the
anything from a
swastika,
negative,
I agree that the swastika originated as a Buddhist symbol, and then then Hitler stole it and then used it to represent the Nazis in
and
Germany.
so my point
But
is,
but hopefully your point will rep back into like a response to the points that I brought up about Trump, and maybe an introduction about why you still support him as president, even though all these things are true.
um, I feel like there's a little bit, okay, so here's to honestly, and this is what really irks me the most, but I feel like there's a little bit of truth to both sides, which is weird to
Okay.
say, but I'm on the right side because I believe it the most.
Okay. So what
I
about the
believe it the
right side?
most
Do you
because
believe?
it's been pretty consistent.
What about the
It's
right
been
side? Do you
consistent.
believe?
Um, I believe that what he's doing with ICE is it's harsh, and I've heard some really negative things, but you also have to crack a couple eggs in order to make a really good omelet, which is sadly the truth. And that's to say with any nation that's either beginning
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
ending,
well, guess
it's
what?
just
I
history,
don't
you know
think
what I
that
mean?
hardworking mothers, I don't think that hardworking fathers, I don't think that legal green card holders are eggs. Okay, I think that they're people, and I think that they're people just like yourself, and I think that they're people just like myself.
No, and
And I
absolutely.
really wouldn't hope that you'd be on this live or in a similar live making the same argument, right? Of like your mother, for instance, was illegally detained by the Trump administration under suspicion of being an undocumented immigrant, and then illegally deported to El Salvador, where she was then beaten and tortured and starved for 3 weeks, like Abrigo Garcia, whose removal
So,
was ruled as illegal by SCOTUS, and then the Trump administration still responded by saying that he's never coming home and he's going to stay there. Okay, I hope that you wouldn't just be referring to your mother as one of these metaphorical eggs, in a continued attempt to support the Trump administration surrounding their mass
no.
deportation.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is because I come from a really harsh background, I am adopted, um, and my mom was beaten. And I want you to know that because I am from, and my family is from, a harsher background. So if I say this, it's not because I'm being mean, it's because I'm trying to be as realistic as possible.
Okay, well, let's
If my mom did get taken, if my mom did get taken, I would be furious, absolutely. But if she was under suspicion and as long as she comes back alive, then honestly, I am happy.
yeah,
And
praise
we might
Trump,
not be
right?
happy at the system,
Praise
but my
Trump.
dad always used to say as a news reporter,
Yeah.
if you are a good man and you have nothing to hide, then you should have nothing to fear. And is that not the truth?
No, that's not the truth.
That doesn't make sense.
Brecktap, thank you so much for the galaxy. That's not the truth at all. Not in America today. Okay, right? Like for instance, I could give you a handful of very specific examples. Mahmoud Khalil had nothing to hide. He was a legal green card holder, but he had something to fear. What he had to fear was the fact that the Trump administration illegally abducted him and threw him in an ICE detention center for 3 months before he was released.
For 3 months, did he make it back out?
Yeah, after 3 months. Those are 3 months of his
After
life
three
that
months.
he's never
So
going to
he
get
made
back
it back
because
out.
he was being illegally detained by the Trump administration. Xavier, thank you for the
But he made
galaxy.
it back out.
Oh, okay. So that fixed everything. Did that
It's not gonna fix what happened.
did that give him 3 months of his life back? No,
Is focusing on the
no, no, not
past
at
any
all.
better
No, no, no.
than not moving on?
Well, I mean, I think it's important to focus on the past insofar as what the historical record of the Trump administration is to determine if they're a good administration for America today.
So would you destroy yourself over the past rather than bring yourself forward into the future?
I don't even quite. I'm not quite sure what question you're asking me. Do you want to word it a little bit
I'm
differently?
saying, are you going to use history just to bring it up and then
Wait,
act
wait,
like it's
wait,
repeating
are,
itself
so
when
are you,
there's a chance that
I
it
just,
might
I just want to
not?
clarify. Are you sitting here telling me that I can't use bad things that the Trump administration has done in the past to argue that you shouldn't support the Trump administration today?
I feel like you should use it for a reference for sure, but I don't think what you're doing is you're holding it like it's fact, but I don't feel like it's fact. I feel like
Well,
you're
let me just
holding
ask
it
you a
like
question.
it's
If
religion,
Donald
but
Trump,
it's not.
if Donald Trump raped a child in like the early 2000s, would you argue that like you would never support him as president again, or would you give me the same energy of arguing what happened in the past? We need to stop focusing on that.
Absolutely not, because then it's been proven.
Oh, so you're saying if things have happened in the past that have been proven, then you could care about them. Okay, well, it was proven that Mahmoud Khalil was a legal green card holder that was illegally detained by ICE. It was proven that that the Trump administration illegally deported Abrigo Garcia to CCOT where he was tortured. Okay, it's been
And it was
proven that they're
proven that he was
blackbagging
released.
college students. Okay, it's been proven that he was released. That doesn't make anything better, considering the fact that the Trump administration was one fighting against his release, and the only reason why he was released is because of the checks and balances that exist in this country surrounding our criminal justice system, so the Supreme Court and lower circuit courts.
Then doesn't that mean our system's working?
It means that our system is working and thwarting the Trump administration from doing illegal things, okay? I think that the system would work exorbitantly better if the Trump administration didn't have the power to do those illegal things in the first place by never electing them in November, which obviously we can't change, which would only lead to the conclusion therefore that we all need to be putting more social pressure against the administration today and taking
But
our
if the
support away from
system's
them because they're doing
working,
things that are bad.
if the system's working, then in theory, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. Now, if he
Bro,
overcrosses the
can
system
you
and
agree
the
that
system
can you agree that
collapses,
there's an issue with
then
the
we have
system?
a bigger issue.
Can you
Then
agree?
sure,
Can you agree that there's
get
an
him out of
issue?
the office.
Can you agree that there's an
Absolutely.
issue in the system in the first place, considering the fact that Trump did that to begin with?
Um, that depends on how you look at it.
Okay, I'm asking you how you look at it. Do you think it's an issue to be illegally deporting people to a center for terrorists in El Salvador where they're tortured?
But you know my background, so it's not going to help me.
Dude, why can't you say yes?
Because the world is harsh. It's just that reality.
Okay. Well, the reality is, you're telling me that you care more about a hardworking mother or father illegally entering into this country, breaking federal law, committing a misdemeanor, than helping this country by paying 1.1 to 1.7 trillion dollars into the GDP, being 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime, and paying over $100 billion per year in taxes, more than you care about the Trump administration infringing on the Constitution and illegally deporting a victim to then be tortured and beaten in a center for terrorists in another country. Are you serious? You are such a hypocrite if you take issue with undocumented immigrants breaking the law,
How is
but
that
you
a
don't take issue with the
hypocrite
president
stance?
of the United States of America breaking the law.
How is that a hypocritical stance?
Because
I don't understand.
Because you take issue in one circumstance of the law being broken when it's a victimless crime that helps the country, but you don't take issue in another circumstance of the law being broken by the most powerful man in the world when it's a crime with a victim that hurts the country.
Say that again.
You take issue with a victimless crime. You take issue with somebody that has broke the law and committed a victimless crime that helps the country, but you don't take issue with the most powerful man alive, right? Breaking the law, creating a victim that hurts this country.
That's not true.
Okay, so then you take issue with Donald Trump illegally deporting people to be beaten, tortured, and starved in a center for terrorists in another country, and contrary to what you previously suggested.
Here's what I should say. I believe that there is a different way he should definitely totally go about it. Absolutely.
Can you stop being vague? Can you be more direct and more specific? I feel like right now this is an
be
incredibly.
direct.
I feel like this is a
To
very
be direct.
incredibly unproductive debate because you're just unwilling to directly engage in the line of dialogue that I'm bringing forth. Okay, right? Just
be
directly engage in the
specifically
line of
direct.
dialogue that I'm bringing forth. Do you take
Absolutely.
issue with the Trump administration illegally deporting somebody who is then beaten, tortured, and starved in another country?
I don't agree with that stance.
So you do take
However,
issue with it.
Sure.
Okay, great. Great.
Because there's one thing wrong with it. You're dehumanizing a person and then harming them just to get information. What I believe is you should still take them into interrogation, whether
Okay.
suspicious or not. And that person should be able to give
I'm so sorry.
information.
Everything that you're saying right now just doesn't matter. It's
Now, I'm
completely
not
irrelevant to my
saying they
question.
should.
So let's just go back to the original
that
question.
is part of
Why
the
do you
question.
support Trump as president?
Why do I? Because it might be done the worst way. Hello?
Hi.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It might be done the worst way. However, it's still being done, and perhaps we are getting some answers.
So what is being
even
done?
though
So what is the
despite
Trump
that-
administration doing that you like?
Um,
Brother.
perhaps I should say the community itself,
What community?
the whole community. Like,
What
let's say,
community? So you support Trump as president because of community? What does that even mean? That is like the most vague statement that anybody's ever made in my life.
well, because
can you
it's
explain a
well,
little
you
bit more?
claimed that it was racist.
Now we're using the word racist. You support Trump because of the community. Then I'm like, what are you even talking about? Then you're like, oh, you claimed it's racist. You're not speaking coherently. Speak coherently.
said-
What community are you talking about that some way, in some shape, of some form justifies supporting Trump as president? What are you saying? You're saying words, but the words that are coming out of your mouth don't make sense.
Okay.
Start from the top.
Okay.
Why do you support Trump as president?
I believe that he has a decent vision. I believe in some of his visions. I'm not going to list off exactly what those are because I specifically cannot name them. However, every time I hear someone else's that I believe,
Okay, then
the
I'm
same
gonna
side.
cut you off right there.
I
You said
agree
that
with-
you support Trump as president because you support his vision, but if I can't ask you what you think his vision is because you can't tell me what his vision is.
He
what
wanted to
are
lower-
we doing?
over the okay, so my dad, a news reporter. Okay, he worked for WWJ News Radio. His name's Mike Campbell.
Could you not talk about your father, and can you just talk about your argument for why the Trump administration is good?
I'm getting to it.
Get to it faster, please.
He works for WWJ News Radio.
Let's not dox your father.
Okay, he's dead.
Okay, well, sorry to hear that, man.
Can't dox anything.
Well, like I said, sorry to hear that your father's dead, but you know,
moving forward.
I think we could do without the specifics of your
He
father.
dug up some information. He also reported to me as a family member and as a news giver that Trump's idea and images had involved the blue collar getting benefits for when they work overtime, which was true.
I'm sorry, I'm kicking him. We're gonna move on to the next guest right now. Everybody, just do give us a minute. All right, let's see if the whiny babies calm down. What's up, whiny baby? You calmed down since the last time we spoke?
Hello.
I remember the last time you came up here, you were just so like flustered and mad out of your mind that you just started slurring off rip.
Dean, you're nasty to a lot of people, bro. Like, don't be on a moral high horse.
Have you repented to God for that?
I have.
Good boy. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Everyone just do be patient. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Hello? Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. If you could try to unplug your mic and make it a little bit better. You know, I have beef with RC, man. So our RC a couple years ago, right, used to be a real nasty guy. Then he started to make a turn for the better.
Hold on.
He started to make a turn for a better. RC started to like seem more reasonable. RC started to hold more center right leaning takes compared to estranged crazy right takes. And then he just slipped back into it. And then the next time I talked to him, he just ended up spamming me with slurs again. I don't know, man. That was a while ago. RC, if you're still tuning in, I mean, I really hope that you're back on that path of trying to become more of a reasonable person. I know that you have it in you because I've seen you try to do it before. And you know, I wish that for you. I wish that you become a more reasonable person. What's going on? Do you support? You already told us that you support Trump. How old are you?
I'm 18,
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007,
What month?
October.
Uh, I don't know. I'm sensing a little bit of a lie. I feel like you know there was like a mental lag there between when I asked the month and when you told the month that I just don't trust. Yo, we got a couple people to thank here. Rose, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Rose, that is very, very kind of you. That is ROZE. Thank you so much for your kindness, Rose. For everybody watching right now, please show some love to Rose down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for your kindness, Rose. That is ROZE. I'd also like to thank the boss. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Holy moly. While we're trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box to have a dialogue with us, please show some massive love to the boss down below. DeBoss with the $50 says the only thing I'll say about ICE is he's not just deporting undocumented immigrants, he's deporting naturalized citizens, and he's deporting people as racists as well, because he's sending everybody to the same 2 or 3 countries, not back to their home somewhere else. Yeah, there's so many issues with his mass deportation, DeBoss, and you just pointed out a handful. Good to see you again today, brother. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $50. I'd also like to thank Shelly for the $100. Oh my God. Yo, that is 1956 Shelly. Thank you so much for the crazy, crazy, crazy level of love. If you are still watching, holy W to you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I really hope that you're enjoying the stream so far, and hopefully you'll enjoy it more as we go on here. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. But seriously, if everybody watching can please show some massive love to Shelly, it'd mean a whole lot to me. Thank you so much, ma'am. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 26.
Cool, man. Cool, man. Well, let's have that debate. Quickly, before we do, let me go ahead and catch up over on Venmo. Molly, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for standing up for women. Well, Molly, thank you so much for the $20. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream and show some love to Molly down below in that chat. Tanner, thank you for the $1. Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents over on Venmo asking about who Gawk is. Don't worry about that, Oscar, but thank you for the $11. And then Maya, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Over on PayPal, super duper quickly. Heather, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says that the world is harsh because of people like that last caller who tried to justify fighting against who tried to justify not fighting against cruelty or corruption. Yeah, I feel like that guy was just a little nuts. But I appreciate you for the $20, Heather. Let's get 200 Heather W's. Let's also get 200 Molly W's, who says, did you see the video of ice pepper spraying somebody driving with their daughter in their car? No, I didn't, but I totally believe it. That's so fucking terrible. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for the $20, Molly, as well as Ash. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Ash, Heather, Molly, the boss, Maya, another Molly, Tanner, and Oscar, as well as Miss Shelley over there on YouTube Super Chat. Go ahead and take it away, Mr. Andrew. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Wow. I just personally think his policies are way better than anyone else.
Gotta
That's
ask
basically
you.
it.
Gotta ask you real quick. What time is it?
It's personally, I rape babies. I'm a child molester. Like we.
Andrew Gale 695. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not in here. Okay. Ben, moving on to the next guest. 1 out of 696. Hello, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, then please stay out of the queue, guys. If you're watching and you'd like to see some more debates, if you guys could please help us out here to ensure that we're going to get more people in the queue that are supposed to be there. If you guys could start a little bit of a copy pasta with the rules, just including got to be 18 plus, American, and currently a Trump supporter. If you guys could really help me out with that by just starting that copy pasta over on TikTok. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, obviously you don't got to do that just because we get everybody up to debate over through TikTok. But if you're on TikTok, if you could please help me out by spamming that down below in that comment section, it really mean a lot to me. So we're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. What's going on, Ginson? Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Hang on one second. I'm connected to my.
Oh yeah, if you could disconnect from your car's Bluetooth, it'd really mean the world to me. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Jeez. Hey, can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, but I'm open-minded. Like I don't know. I'm not really into politics. I'm not a big Trump fan, and I'm not a big Kamala fan.
Okay, real
I'm
quick.
kind
Are
of in the
you
middle somewhere.
are you actively driving?
No, I'm parked.
Crystal, thank you for the
I'm at
galaxy.
Boot Barn getting some new jeans.
Okay. Well, I think I hear a little bit of road noise in the background, meaning that you'd be driving. That could also just be the AC. Would you mind just quickly turning off the AC? You could turn it back on right after.
I'm parked right. I'm parked right beside the road. I'm not driving. If you want me to turn my camera on and show you, I can.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, I'm definitely driving. I just wanted to talk to you.
Okay, and moving on to the next guest. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Please just follow the rules. The reason why I care about if the person on the live is driving is, not only because it violates TikTok terms of service, but it's also, just generally not safe.
Dean, are you a pedophile, Dean?
And band, moving on to the next guest. We got Penny loading up into the box right now. We got Penny Murray joining. All right. We got Penny loading up into the box right now, everyone. Doesn't look like Penny is joining. We're also going to try to get Claire up. By the way, I've really noticed this recently, and I bet you guys have too. The Trump administration is becoming indefensible. So, I mean, the supporters of it aren't really here looking for a debate. They're just going to come up here and try to get me angry, try to say like crazy shit, like that last guest, the guest before him. We're not really going to expect, many like Trump supporters that have strengthened their convictions coming up here for a genuine debate anymore. Hello, Miss 4295. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man, are you MAGA?
Yeah,
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18 years old. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a driver's license?
Not right now.
I'm not gonna ask to see it, but like, do you have one?
No.
Okay. And because of that, I just can't ask you like further questions to verify your age, so I'm just gonna go to kick you. Only up instead of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, please. I mean, y'all already know the rules. We only you'll repeat them every 4 seconds. We only repeat them every 4 seconds. So you got to be an American. You got to be an adult. And you gotta
Liberal
support
pussy,
Trump as
liberal
president.
pussy, liberal pussy, liberal pussy.
All right. Okay, Zaid. The crystal ball in my hand is telling me that you're about to run away and leave the live like a little beta, tucking your tail in between your legs.
Nah, bro, you a bitch. For real.
He did exactly as I said he would. Okay, moving on to the next guest. All right. Yeah, typically the ones that come out here with the automatic emotional crash out, they know about 4 or 5 words, and they leave before, I could apply some pressure. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Seth?
I am 18.
What year were you born in, Seth?
2005.
Seth, you are very, very terrible at math. But maybe you just haven't gotten to that point in the curriculum yet. Simple addition is what, 4th grade? No. It starts a lot earlier than that. 1st grade? I'm not sure. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only up inside of that queue. If you're an American adult that supports Trump, y'all already know our rules. Bree, hello. Do you support Trump?
I want to talk to you about
I'm so sorry, Bree. First and foremost, you sound underage, and second of all, it wasn't a yes, so you're gone. We're holding our rules very strongly, chat. If you don't follow them, you'll be automatically removed here. We're close to an hour into the stream without a real debate. Guys, I really hope, seriously, obviously, it makes me a little bit annoyed when we will have these long drawn out intermissions of only trolls or really low IQ Trump supporters that come up here and say that they like grape babies or say that, I'm just a liberal P word and then leave. But I really hope that this is convincing the fence sitters watching the live to come over to my side of the fence, right? Because I'm the one being publicly outspoken about what I believe in and why. I'm the one saying that I think Donald Trump is a bad president, and I could defend that proposition until the day I die. And even when we have 15,000 people watching the live, there's not a single voice from the opposite side of the fence that is willing to come up here and have a good faith and genuine productive dialogue with me about the topic. Okay? It is literally like a 1v15,000, and not a single one of the 15,000 people watching right now is willing to come up here and engage in a productive dialogue. And I think that should really tell you a lot. I think that should really tell you a lot about who's on the right side of history and who's on the wrong side of history. What's going on? Skepture Chance, do you support Trump? Okay, Chance is gone. Alyssa, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. Yes, I do.
Age?
19. September 2nd, 2006.
Yeah. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you go to college?
Yes, I'm in college right now.
Okay. About how many credit hours do you have to get per year in order to get a bachelor's degree in 4 years?
I'm in my first year.
Okay. So
So I'm not,
how many credit hours are you doing this year?
I have about 14, I think.
Are you a full-time student or a part-time student?
Part-time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. You're convincing me. And then you also said that you had a driver's license. I'll just ask one last
Yes, I
question
do.
right there. I'll ask one last question right there. So when you're driving on the road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, and you're on the side of the dotted yellow line, what does that mean for you?
You can pass.
Okay, yeah, I believe you. Unless I'm given any good reason that you're lying about your age, I believe you.
Okay,
Wait, also,
perfect.
you guys in the chat are saying that 14 is full time. The university I went to, it was like 14 credits a semester, but I asked her about the
14 is
year.
not full-time.
I asked her about the year. So like for me, it was like 30 credit hours a year was full time, and like 14 credit hours a year for
So I'm just doing
part-time.
my beginning, like my pre-whatever classes right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, so I think that that's like 13 credit hours a semester would be full time, but that's like a semester, right, guys? Like 14 credit hours a semester is full time. 14 credit hours a year is like pretty close to half
I
time.
can legit tell you the classes I'm in right now,
1 second.
if that helps.
Just 1 second. So that's if you're doing like 12 to 14 credit hours a semester, that's full time. I very specifically asked her the question about the whole year. So I think that she's telling the truth. Well, I mean, we could like further verify in the debate, like if she
I
just makes
can
an
give you
argument.
the classes I'm in, if that helps. Do
I mean, I believe you because I asked you
Okay,
year.
okay.
I asked you for the year. So go ahead and take it
Okay.
away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So I live in Springfield, Ohio, and I believe what Trump said is right on when he did his debate about how they are eating cats and dogs.
Okay, is this supposed to be a troll?
No,
Okay, and why do you believe that he was right when he said that?
because I've seen it.
I highly doubt that.
I have.
Okay, explain to us exactly what you saw.
I saw someone get out of a white van and scoop it up. Scoop a dog and a cat up.
Okay, is it possible that you just saw animal control?
No, it was not.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because I'm so sorry.
Okay, and it's a troll. So we're at 50 minutes here, and we still haven't had a single debate with anybody on the right. I'm gonna go to repeat what I said last time before we try to get her up. Just wasted a lot of our time. We have over 16,000 people tuned in on TikTok right now. Can't find one person that's a Trump supporter to come up here and debate us. Why don't you guys just go ahead and like start your clocks and let's just count how long it takes to just get a singular Trump supporter up here. It's unreal. I mean, please, this is my plea to the audience right now to stop supporting Trump if you are. Okay, and I think this is a very legit and based plea. Nobody's willing to talk to me about why they support Trump, and I'm willing to talk to everybody about why they support Trump. It's been 50 minutes. I haven't had like a single actual debate. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. If that doesn't make you hop over to my side of the fence, I don't know what will. Welcome, Natalie. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
I'm 18. I was born 2006,
What month? Wait, what day?
January 14th.
I think that'd make you 19, Natalie. And she's gone, dude. And she's like that. The clock's still running. Like that, the clock is still running, chat. We're still looking for a single person who's followed our rules to come up here and have a conversation with us. The clock is still running, everybody. We're going on an hour, dude. We've wasted a fourth of the stream on trolls, man. What's up? Do you support Trump, Connor?
I like boys and
Yeah, another one bites the dust here, everyone. So I think that this is, so honestly, like the first thought that comes to my head is like, this is like what'll make me like quit doing the lives because there's just no purpose to with all the trolls. But like simultaneously, I don't think that there's a better argument. I think that like having like hours worth of only trolls joining is more convincing to the average viewer out of the over 20,000 that are watching right now that they shouldn't support Trump as president compared to like me even giving the most compelling and reasonable argument as an objection in response to a position being granted by a Trump supporter on live. I think that the Trump supporters looking this week, okay, right, is actually more convincing of the anti-Trump worldview than just demolishing somebody in a debate. You know what I mean? Like right now, Trump supporters are looking real spineless. Right now, Trump supporters are looking real scared. Right now, Trump supporters are looking real dumb too. Okay? I've been looking for a Trump supporter for the last 2 hours. Now, I understand that we've only been live for an hour, but for the hour before I hopped on, I was scrolling and hopping in between Trump supporters' lives, asking them to debate me, and none of them would. Okay? It might be time for Dean Withers' retirement because there's not a single Trump supporter alive who thinks that they even have what it takes from the get-go to maybe beat me in a debate. So they've all just decided to stop, right? They've all decided to stop debating me because they know that they will lose. And prove me wrong. You know, I'm asking you guys to. There's 17,000 people in the TikTok live. There has to be at least 5,000 to 7,000 Trump supporters in here. Fill that queue. If you're an American adult that's at least 18 years old that supports Trump as president, please prove me wrong. You know, the purpose of these streams is to have debates. It's been an hour and we haven't had one. What's going on, Tony? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump, but I got a question. Why'd you go on for so long?
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
2007.
Yeah, what month?
March 10th.
Okay, and what was your question?
My question was why do you just go on and on and on? Why do you care so much?
What do I care so much about? What? About politics? About Trump? About the
Yeah,
governance
you
of
just
America?
went on for 2 minutes right there. I was just trying to
so
talk to you.
I think, well, first and foremost, this is my live. I think that, it's reasonable to expect that when you're running a live stream, you could talk on your live stream. And then point number 2, the reason why I care so much about politics and the governance of America is because said governance of America impacts hundreds of millions of people. And I care about those hundreds of millions of people.
But do they really impact you though?
Well, for me, my personal life, maybe not too much, okay? Right? But I don't just care about myself, and maybe that's a big difference between me and you. I care about other individuals as well.
That was crazy. That was crazy for me to say, but so when you're going live, you're you think you're just offending the whole world, you're Mr. Nice guy or what?
No, I'm Mr. Smart Guy who has a interesting ability to shit on any argument granted to me in support of the pro-Trump worldview. And arguably, it's not even because I'm that intelligent of a person, but rather just the arguments from the opposing side of the aisle are just that dumb. Now, I could give you a demonstration of that ability if you'd like to give me an argument insofar as why Trump is a good president.
I would give you that, but I think you have an ego. I'm just saying, I'm trying to get past it.
No, I understand. I walk that thin line between, is this guy just crazy egotistical or just very confident that Trump is such a bad president that there's not a misrepresentation of that truth that could ever possibly make sense in an intellectual linear dialogue. It's a thin line. I get it.
Dean, I just feel I've never met a liberal who is just smart and doesn't have an ego and think they're right.
Well, how about this? Okay, I'm gonna now become the most humble person that has ever existed. Nobody's more humble than me, and I'll hear you out for why you support Trump. Please take it away. Stop wasting my time.
I'm not wasting your time. I'm just trying to get past the fact why you think Biden is so good. What is past your liberal mindset that makes you have an ego?
Let's do this. You tell me 3 policies that Trump has passed that you like. Then I'll tell you 3 policies that Biden passed that I like.
Why are you asking me stupid questions, Dean? I'm asking you one.
So it's a stupid question to assume that you know Trump policies? I guess so.
I do.
I guess you have a point. Maybe that was a stupid question because it hinged on the pre-assumption that you even know his policies.
But I do.
Okay, so what are they?
Why are you asking me? I'm trying to talk to you.
Why are you asking? Dude, you're asking me why I'm asking you why you support Trump here. Could you read that sentence on top of my head?
How do you still support Trump?
That answers your question, right? Because that's the topic of the live.
But I came in here to ask you questions. I didn't come in here to talk
How about this? Let's go question for question. Is that fair?
All right, bet.
So what's your question? Make it good. Make it good. Because for every question that you ask, I'm going to ask you one in return. So make it good.
My question is, why do you come on the live acting so smart, hitting the Nick on live, and you're a liberal? I just wonder what goes through your head thinking
So that was kind of 3 questions in one. Are you just trying to ask me why I'm liberal?
I'm just trying to ask you why
what's
you think
the
you're
question?
saving the world. I feel you should go upon your life and just
So you're asking
be chill.
So you're asking me why I think I'm saving the world. Well, that hinges on the pre-assumption that I think I'm saving the world, which is false. I think I'm doing my part in making the world better, though.
But your opinion on somebody else's beliefs is not
So
gonna
did I
change
answer your
anything.
question?
No.
So what the fuck is the question?
I'm not really knowing the question, but I'm asking like,
Wait. So you told me that you will not answer the question, that question being why you support Trump as president, because you want to be the one interviewing me. You want to be the host of the live. You want to be the one asking the questions. But then when
I
push
didn't
comes
really
to
say
shove,
that.
you don't even know the fucking question. What the hell are you doing here, dude?
I
Come
didn't
on,
really
dude.
say
You have an
that.
audience of 17.4K people on TikTok. You have an audience of 4.5K people on YouTube. Like, what are you doing? I feel like you're embarrassing yourself, man. Like,
I'm not
listen,
really
if
embarrassing
you
myself.
don't even know the question that you want me to ask, okay, then just answer my question. How do you still support Trump as president? How about we start there?
Because he's superior over any liberal who acts like this.
And why is that?
Because the way you act is just insane. Like you think you
Arguably,
can hear somebody else.
arguably, the guy that raped a woman compared to the guy that hasn't raped a woman is more insane. Arguably, the guy that tried to coup the government and rig the outcome of an election is crazier than the guy that didn't coup the government and try to
But
rig
you
the outcome of
can't
the
just go
election.
tit for tat,
Arguably,
like-
the guy that told 30,000 confirmed lies and told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told in the history of this country is crazier than the guy that hasn't. Arguably, okay, the guy that not only sexually exploited naked women and sexually exploited naked girls, but then turned around and boasted about it on Howard Stern's radio show and defended it is crazier.
Okay.
than Arguably,
Can
the
you
guy
give
that
me
was
some
best
proof
buddies with Epstein, sending
Can you
him
give me some
letters.
proof that happened though? Give me a fact that actually happened.
Okay, if I could certainly prove to you that Donald Trump has sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls, would you stop supporting him as president?
I don't think so, but
So
like,
who's the crazy one now? Is it me or you? Because that sounds real crazy, man.
it is pretty crazy. But like,
Right. You just heard what came out of your mouth, right? You know, like, I feel like society's kind of accepted the principle that if you're a felon, you shouldn't be able to get hired at McDonald's. But apparently, if you've sexually exploited kids, you should be able to get hired into the Oval Office. Are you sure you want to defend that premise?
I mean, if you can get hired at McDonald's for fucking doing some like small shit like that, I mean, I feel like you should be able to do it if you're president like that.
You just argue that the sexual exploitation of kids is small?
No. But
So
like,
then why did
that's
you call
too
it
big.
small?
That's two realms. Like McDonald's is like a small job, but if you're a fucking president, you're a big dog. Like damn.
Right. And the argument is that even at a small job like that, if you've sexually exploited a kid, you can't get hired. So obviously,
Hell
if you've
no.
sexually exploited a kid, you shouldn't be able to get hired into the most powerful position available to any human on earth.
I don't know, but I'm still waiting for the proof. I feel like
Look at that. You just said, hell no. If they sexually exploited a kid, they can't flip my burgers. But if they sexually exploited my kid, they could run my country?
Yeah, but that's never gonna affect me because I have nothing to do with the
It
president.
never affects you. Okay, it never affects you. I have a question. Has Hitler ever personally affected you?
No, has he affected you?
Oh, so therefore, if Hitler was running for president, you wouldn't consider the fact that he committed the Holocaust insofar as why you would or wouldn't vote for him?
Fuck no. Hitler can't be our president.
Oh,
but,
okay.
like,
So you would consider harm in which individuals have caused, even if that harm didn't directly impact you, in voting for them to be the president of the most powerful country in the history of planet Earth. Okay, well, I think that abusing children is very harmful. Do you disagree?
I do. I feel like it's very harmful.
Okay, so sexually exploiting children is very harmful. Okay, now is that sufficiently harmful to not support somebody that has done it?
But Dean, I feel like you're still putting out the fact that they're proof.
Now, can you answer my question? Is it sufficiently harmful to not support somebody that has done it?
It's not to me.
Why not?
Because it doesn't affect me.
I thought that we just combated this argument by bringing fucking Hitler into the equation.
Yeah, but he's never affected me. But none of them, like Trump.
So you'd
hasn't
vote for Hitler
affected me.
because he's never personally affected you?
I wouldn't though.
Wait, but he's never personally affected you.
But I don't know much about him. Like I'm not like a fucking 1800s rebel.
Wait, so if you knew more about Hitler, it's possible that you'd support him?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and that's okay, guys. Wow. So far today we have had a Nazi. So far today we've had somebody that said that they like to grape kids. So far today we've had somebody also 1800s is crazy. So that's where we're at, an hour in. We haven't had a single Trump supporter come up here and just say, hey, maybe I like Trump because he's good for the economy. We've had somebody come up here and say, hey, I like Trump because I might be a Nazi. Somebody come up here say, hey, I like Trump because I grape kids. Somebody come up here say, hey, I like Trump. Dina, are you a P3 deal, by the way? So, and the other guy was just like liberal P word, liberal P word. Guys, what is going on with this country? Like, I feel like this live perfectly embodies and represents everything that the left says about the right to be true. Okay? You'll hear a liberal saying, hey, racism is real And then all of a sudden the right goes, no, there's no such thing as systemic racism. But then they continue to join the live and prove it. Unreal, guys. Hey, what's going
Hello,
on?
can you hear me?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
So are you going to be like every single other Trump supporter that we've had on in the last hour and tell me that you support Trump because you're fucking insane? Like you're a Nazi or some shit like the last guest? Or are you going to give us a little bit
I'm
more
different.
of a genuine argument here?
I'm different than those guys.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
So could we set some ground rules first?
After you, I forgot to ask you a question. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, March 6th.
Everyone is 18, born in March of 07. So just tell us
Yeah,
why you support Trump.
I was just thinking like some of those other guys probably are lying.
So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump. Well, I was thinking to lay some ground rules first. Do you believe in God?
I believe in God Almighty, sir.
Would you agree that God is omnibenevolent, omniscient, and all powerful?
He is all good, all knowing, and all powerful, sir.
So would you say that God could create the heaviest boulder ever that is unliftable, and then could he lift it?
That'd actually be logically impossible to occur. Therefore, it would fall outside of the realm of the logical possibilities of his all-powerful property. What do we get banned for? We just got banned on TikTok. For misinfo? Brother. Okay, we'll get the account back. We'll get the account back. Let's see what did it though. This is the fun game. We get to see what clip got us taken down. We continue to get these bans over on the main account. It's unreal. It's unreal. TikTok is down, chat. Let's go ahead and listen into the clip. Oh, that didn't even give us a clip. There was no misinformation. Period. Submit. Okay. Yeah, TikTok live ended. Guys, dude, the stream today is just going great, man. So we just wasted an hour of our lives listening to a Nazi. And then we were about to run a Christian apologetic argument against that guy. So I'm an agnostic. But he was about to run an argument to try to entail that there's some form of contradiction in the nature of an all good, all knowing, all being God. And I think that there is some problems with it, obviously, that would explain why I'm agnostic. But I was about to just argue against him for the love of the game. And yeah, the stream got banned for misinfo. Usually those misinformation bans are very broad sweeping, and we get our account back pretty quickly. They usually don't stick for too long. So our account should be back and in good standing, hopefully in the next 10 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and just thank a couple people that have sent donations in since we thanked y'all last. Casey, thank you so much for the $15 and the 87 cents over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Casey, dude. Y'all are showing up and showing out today. Thank you so much for your kindness, Casey. That is CASEY. Casey with a $15 says, keep up the amazing work. My love from Australia. My love to you and to Australia. Thank you for being here, Casey. Sierra, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, thanks for all that you do. Thank you, Sierra. Ash, thank you for the $10. Who says that first guest was a complete idiot? He absolutely was. And yo, Queen Kathy is back in the building. Queen Kathy, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy shit, Kathy. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all, could we all please get some big old Kathy W's down below in that chat? Guys, that is Kathy with a C. Thank you for the $100 who says thank you for what you do. Catherine, you know I love you. You are here every day, showing up, showing out, showing that love. All the love in the world to you, Kathy. Thank you so much for your kindness. Same thing with you, Michaela. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal, who says, I hate the normalization of bigotry in 2025. Let's make racism embarrassing again. Yo, fucking preach, dude. Thank you for the $15, Michaela. And then Justin, thank you for the $18 over on PayPal, who says, the education system is failing us. If somebody's having to question if Hitler was a bad or good person, so sad. Oh my God. Yeah, and the thing is that we run into people like that every single day, Justin. Thank you for the $18. And over on Venmo, Carrie, that is Carrie, thank you for the $30, who says, I've been watching you since you would bring up the psychics. How times have changed. Oh man, you've been watching for years. Those psychic lives used to be so fucking fun. As well as Arbor, thank you for the $10. Who says, so sorry for trolling you, Dean. I made a bet and I feel so bad, so here's $10. Thank you for apologizing, Arbor, and appreciate you for the $10. And then Sean, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sean. Sean with the $20 says, with a rise in popularity of Nick Fuentes seemingly kicking off, have you noticed a significant uptick in the amount of groypers on the live? Well, I've noticed a significant uptick in the amount of like groyper-esque people who would join the live espousing very like similar beliefs. And the account is gone. The account is gone. The appeal didn't get approved. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I'm going to go ahead and shoot a message off real quick. Hey, one second, guys. All right, everybody. Yeah, I just threw a metaphorical life raft in the ocean, aimed at somebody I know who has connections in with TikTok that might be able to help me get my account back. I don't know what it is. For whatever reason, on my main TikTok account, it is just unreal. Okay, I can't stream for more than like maybe 2 days without getting a ban. I am pissed off today. Maybe I'll take the day off. I don't know. Just kidding. I already know that I'm not going to take the day off because we're actually going to go live on @DNCDean right now. Oh my God, dude. So insane. Like, honestly, just not fun, dude. All right, guys, we're already back on TikTok @DNCDean. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into the debates. Oh God, that just upsets me so much, man. Why do they do that to me? It's like, and it's just specifically on that account. I think that TikTok is targeting me. I'll explain why here in a second. Live on @DNCDean on TikTok. Main got banned. Boom. Had to send that update over to Instagram. All right, we're live over on TikTok once again. For everybody tuning in over on DNCDean, appreciate you guys so much for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. So we did get banned over on our main account @It's Dean. We got taken down. Unfortunately. Highly unfortunately. So the reason that they gave was for misinformation, but I literally, like, I said nothing that was wrong. I honestly, if you guys want me to be honest, I feel like TikTok is targeting me, and specifically my main account. I feel like they flagged my main account as saying like, hey, like, you know, this account is a threat, you know, like this guy, these lives are a threat. So we're going to take them down. And the reason why I feel like they're targeting me is because when we're on the second account right here, DNCDean, this account doesn't get banned. You know, it'll get a ban like every once in a while, but it doesn't get banned every 2 or 3 days like the main account will. Whenever I'm live over there, the live gets taken down, especially when the live starts blowing up. Like, did any of you guys realize that it just so happens to be the case that that account gets taken down when I start to get near 20,000 viewers? Okay, like I broke 17,000 concurrent live viewers and they took the account down. I haven't gotten close to 17,000 concurrent viewers in the last 3 days. No issues. Today, big issue. So that's where we're at. I sent a message off to a mutual of mine that's familiar with some people on board at TikTok. They might be able to help me get it back, but they won't be able to do that today. So we are just going to go ahead and hop back into the debates for now on DNCDean, guys. So hop inside of the queue over on @DNCDean if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And we actually have the same guy that was on the other account. Hey, welcome in.
What's up? I'm back.
Yeah, so you were asking me how the properties of all good, all-knowing, all-powerful God would work. Now, I don't think that's too related to why you support Trump. So why do you support Trump?
Um, well, he believes in God, so I think that's a valid point there.
Arguably, he's not Christian. I mean, do you care about him being Christian?
What denomination is he?
Well, I don't think he's any denomination. I don't think he is a Christian. So do you care about him being Christian?
No.
No, you don't. You just want him to believe in God.
hmm
So you want him to believe that God exists, but you don't really care if he has a relationship with God.
I actually misspoke there.
Okay. Because you know who else believes that God exists, but actually has a relationship with him? Kamala Harris.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. And if you're a Christian, are you a Christian?
Possibly.
I don't want to possibly. Come on, I want a certainty. Or are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that Kamala Harris was a better Christian, okay? Right? Like, out of the two candidates, she was the one that, didn't want to, disobey an order from a court to feed 16 million starving American children. Okay, that was Trump. That's very anti-Christian. Same thing with this economic policy to disenfranchise the low and the middle class, very anti-Christian. All of his hate directed towards immigrants, very, very, very anti-Christian. His character, Grape of Eugene Carroll, sexual exploitation of women and girls, very anti-Christian.
See, I feel like that argument is neither valid nor sound. Do you want me to explain why?
Well, let's first make sure that you even know what these words mean. Can you define validity?
I do know. I can give you an example.
Can you define what validity is?
Yep, that's the fact that your argument is correct and then sound, or like actually argument that works, and the sound is actually that the two things go together. Like
you really dropped the ball there, so you don't know what these words mean. I'll tell you what they mean. So the
wait, I can give an example.
The terms validity and soundness, philosophically speaking, are measures that we use to test if a syllogism containing a set of premises and a conclusion are true or not true. So if a syllogism is valid, then this just means if the set of premises were to be true, then the conclusion would logically follow. Then if a syllogism is sound, this means that it is valid and that all the premises are true. Now, of course, the argument that I gave was both valid and sound.
Okay. So would this be like an example, now that you corrected me and now that I understand, would this be like an example of one that actually works? If a show has like the best story and character development, then it's the greatest show. Attack on Titan has the greatest story and character development. Attack on Titan is therefore the greatest show of all time.
Repeat premise one.
If a show has the best story and character development, it's the greatest show of all time.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be a valid argument, and it would be sound if both of the two premises were true. I don't know why this relates to why you support Trump as president.
Well, I was just wondering, like, if the it's just correct now that I understand. Would you agree with that though? Side note.
I haven't watched AOT. So can you please give an argument for why you support Trump, dude? I'm sorry, it's just been like an hour of nothing. Okay. I want
my bad. I just showed up, so I didn't realize.
So why do you support Trump, dude? I mean, well, actually, respond to my argument that I gave in response to your position. You said that your position was you support Trump because he believes in God. Then I brought up that Kamala Harris was a better Christian than him.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. I would support a better president that's like more Christian related.
So you wish that you would have voted for Kamala Harris?
No, but I'm saying like other parts too.
But she was a better president that was more Christian.
Well, I'm saying like other completely different categories like abortion.
What do you mean?
Because like how Trump appeared in Home Alone 2, that's like
I
really
think
relevant.
This guy's trolling. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only up instead of that cue of your MAGA. It's been over an hour now with like really no debates, so I'd appreciate it if you guys could help us just stick to the debates, please. We're looking for some Trump supporters to come up here and have a debate with us. If you want to support me, you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio over on TikTok, folks. You can also find it in the pinned message on that YouTube stream. Get 100% of those proceeds; they go straight to me, and I appreciate you guys so much for all the love. We're gonna go to get the next guests up in the box at this point in time. We got MAGA Warrior 1990 loading in. Hello, MAGA Warrior. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you have to unblock my other account, please.
Okay, I'm gonna block that one too. If you come up here and here's a troll again, I'm sorry, dude. I did unblock your other account, but like we're looking for debates right now. You know the rules, and I'm starting to get like very aggravated because like people are just not following them. Okay, I'm sorry. I come on live every day to debate Trump supporters, and it's been over an hour, and I haven't had that debate. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
I've never done this before. I don't necessarily support him as much as I support him over the other side. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, well, you're still in the right place. So you're basically telling us, after everything you've seen Trump do in the last 10 months, if you were teleported back to last November, you'd still vote for him compared to Kamala Harris.
you know, I really am starting to kind of change my mind, I will say, on some things. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I didn't think you'd pick me. But just from hearing all that you're saying, like Trump as a person, I recognize that he is rather crude and immoral, probably. But in terms of like my daily life and how I picture America and the future of America and thinking about the better of the country, I chose to vote for him as opposed to Kamala last year.
So I'm just going to go ahead and re-ask you the question that I've already asked you. Knowing everything that you do about what the Trump administration has been up to in the last 10 months, if you were teleported back to last November, would you still vote for Trump?
Yes, I probably would.
Okay. So why is that?
Well, although I really hate what's going on, like as far as I have seen some people getting like with the ICE stuff, I don't love all of that. But I do think that it is important to protect our country in terms of not just letting everybody come in all at once and just, we don't have, I mean, we're still like I'm 27. I have a good job, but I still can't afford a house. I can't afford, to go live on my own. I still live with my parents and all that good old jazz. And I just feel like we need to focus on our young people here now.
Yeah, Kamala Harris promised that. She wanted to give you $25,000 to buy your first home. And if you're a mother / if you want to become a mother in the future, would have given you $6,000 per year for the first year of your child's life, $3,600 for the second 4, and $3,000 when your child is of the age of 5 to 17. So you're telling us that we need to focus on young Americans. Kamala Harris ran on policy that was for young Americans, and you still defend a vote against her. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, on the other hand, is absolutely fucking young Americans over. Young Americans are more likely to be in lower income brackets. He is absolutely destroying the low and middle class. The big, beautiful bill is reducing the purchasing power for the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. His tariffs are causing inflation. You spend a greater proportion of your income than the top 1% on consumption, meaning that inflation disproportionately hurts you more. And he discredited a lot of the policy that she ran on, like the $25,000 check that she would have just given you for free to buy your first house.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so the $25,000 thing would have been really nice, but I guess, well, okay, if it's coming from the taxpayers, then I guess that's something good we're investing in.
Right. It's a subsidy for the average American compared to the trillions of dollars that already go towards subsidies for the multi-trillion-dollar companies.
Right. And yeah. Yeah, you are correct on that one. I did like that. When she did say that, I did like that. I did like hearing that. But I also live, okay, so where I live, I'm from Mississippi. So I've got very conservative family members that I live with here. And then I have very liberal family members who live like all over the nation, like Boston, Atlanta, so forth. And what I see mainly from both of our sides is, and it hurts me because I love all my family members. And I just see that there's so much hatred on each side, and we're all just average Americans.
So then stop supporting Trump. Get people like Trump out of government. If you want less political division in the country, don't put people like Trump into positions of power to run the country, and then to turn around and tell his base that he hates Democrats, wishes the worst upon them, and then uses his own social media platform, Truth Social, to call for their execution.
Yeah. Okay. That's true. And I've been on the fence about whether to support him or not, so I'm glad you brought me on here, and I was just wanting to add something more genuine than all these trolls.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, as a person, I would say Donald Trump is he's pretty gross.
What keeps you on the fence? Like, what keeps you on the fence leaning right? Like, what about
just
Trump
because,
is,
like, my family, I
drawing you in?
trust them. You know, I trust my family. I trust their insight and
Come on,
there's some things.
So many American adults become like literal like Cocomelon toddlers playing video games on sticky iPads when it comes to politics. Like, I don't doubt that there's like possibly like members of your family that are intelligent, okay, like do really cool and like smart things for work, okay, but then the moment it comes to politics, they turn their brain off and turn Fox News on and just eat the propaganda like horseshit, you know? Like, I think it's like really important, right, to learn to not just trust the opinion of somebody baselessly, especially as it relates to politics, even if they are a family member of yours.
Well, that's true. And so my grandpa, he watches Fox News all day long, and I don't really listen to everything he says, I will say. And then my grandma on the other side, who lives in Atlanta, she listens to CNN and MSNBC all day long. So she gets the whole other side. And so sometimes I'm like, I don't know who to believe because I love both of them.
Well, don't base like your political beliefs off of your emotions. Base your political beliefs off of what evidence exists to suggest that they're true.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're driving your political beliefs with your emotions, not with evidence.
Okay. That's valid. That's fair.
Right. Is there anything else you wanted to go over?
No, just keep doing what you're doing. I found you after Charlie Kirk was killed, and so just keep going. Maybe you can be really big one day.
Well, I appreciate you, Mariana. I hope that you continue to tune into the live stream, and I hope that we're able to get you off that fence. What's up, Omar? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're 19. What year were you born in, bud?
I was born in 2006.
Very nice. Jeremy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And yeah, I just read your message, Jeremy. We might have to switch topics soon. Show some love to Jeremy in that chat. Ash, thank you for the $1. And Adam, appreciate you for the $1 as well. And happy 36th birthday. My friend, if you're tuning in and you want to support me, you can find that Venmo and the PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, pin message over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all for the love. And now, Omar, you're a big Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a big Trump supporter, and it's mainly because of what the left does.
Yeah, you're really angry at what the left does. Like what?
I mean, we're just spending stuff like money on like infrastructure and healthcare and public education and stuff, and it's like we should be sending more money to Israel and the Netanyahu government. If that makes sense.
1 second. Before I give you a response, I need to see if the deposit hit the bank account.
Did you get it? I got mine.
Yes, brother. I couldn't have said it better myself, Omar. We need to send all the money to Israel.
We need more money to Israel.
Amen.
Exactly.
Amen.
Amen, Dean. Amen.
Get fucking out of here. Okay. No, stop trolling. Come on, guys. Okay, we're actually looking for some real debates. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got the next guest, Adrian Hunter, loading up into the box right now, folks. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're MAGA. Please, 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 please. Welcome in, Adrian Hunter. Do you support Trump?
What?
Do you support Trump?
I'm more Nick Fuentes.
Oh, God. Ew, I'm going to throw up in my mouth.
Wait.
That guy's like really unintelligent. You see me shit on him? Did you watch me shit on him in a debate?
I did. I respect you for it. But let me explain. My whole thing is I don't support Nick Fuentes as the person he is. The person he is, you are right. I mean, you did take a shit on his head. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and be like, oh, I fucking love Nick Fuentes. You're a fucking fag, whatever. But my thing is, I like what he.
We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. You know, actually, speaking of Nick Fuentes, that motherfucker has been gaining so much popularity. He has been blowing up recently. He's been doing his media circles, 2.5 million views overnight for his interview with Piers Morgan. He did a sit down with Tucker Carlson. He did a sit down with Steven Crowder. He's fucking nuts. And The New York Times is like posting about him like 5 articles a day. His popularity is rising and he is everywhere. Nick Fuentes is genuinely and sincerely everywhere. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, he's gone. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yeah, it's a little scary. You know, I really don't think that anybody with his beliefs should be like driving the political conversations, but he is. He is. You know, so I debated Nick about a year ago, maybe a little bit over a year ago at this point. And at that point in time, Nick Fuentes was a little bit smaller than he is now, a lot a bit smaller than he is now. You know, he was just kind of that Rumble streamer that said crazy shit. And what we see like now, especially after Charlie Kirk's assassination, is he is literally the one of the largest, if not, I'd argue the second largest, like political pundit in new age media, which is nuts. You know, I wanted to ask you guys about this. How would y'all, and keep in mind, this is just a question to get your feelings, okay? Just a question to get your feelings. How would you guys feel about a round 2 between me and Fuentes, serving the purpose of just trying to give some good pushback against what he believes and why, you know, because he's doing this whole media tour, getting millions of views in the process. But every time he sits down with one of these motherfuckers, it's not a debate about why he's wrong. It's a goddamn interview so he could tell other people to believe it too. Okay? It's not a debate saying, Nick, okay, the reason why what you believe is wrong for reasons X, Y, and Z, you're nuts. It's more so, oh, Nick, you're a misogynist, which is true. He is a misogynist, but they don't go any deeper. And then all of the fucking incel 14-year-old like fuckheads eat it up and they love it. And they're like, oh my God, my Lord and Savior, my galactic emperor, I love you. So I don't know. It's been something that I've been gauging recently, trying to determine my thoughts. And I think that there's really good reasons that would argue I shouldn't, which is why I'm asking you guys what your thoughts are. There's some good reasons why I shouldn't. You know, like the whole platforming thing, amplifying his voice. Okay, like I would prefer not to platform or amplify the voice of somebody like Fuentes. But at like what point does one like have to make the recognition that his voice is already being platformed and amplified more so than the voice of any other political pundit in America today? Is it real? I'm going to go to assume they're not a Trump supporter. You know, there's not like a voice of a political pundit that is being platformed more right now. There's not a voice of a political pundit that is being amplified more right now than his own. And the amplification of his voice that we see is, an amplification with no pushback, right? And he's going to continue to get that amplification. Okay, you know, like what's next? Is he going to sit down for a 1v20 on Jubilee? What's next? Is he going to sit down with like I don't know, like some other crazy big person in politics and have a 2-hour debate with him and tell him how much he hates women and just to get the soy face reaction of the other person with like no pushback beyond the fact that they disagree. You know, the quote unquote soy face, that's what they call it. So I don't know. I mean, I think I would like to see, you know, in the continued amplification of his voice, which I wish wasn't the case, that we'd also see the amplification of pushback to his voice. You know, his voice is amplified. It has been amplified. It's only going to be amplified more. I wish that amplification would include pushback. So I'm at like a suspended state of judgment. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are down below in that comment section. And the reason I'm asking you guys is to genuinely gauge, you know, like how do the people think and feel? But let's go to move on to the next guest, Michaela, right now. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18. I was born 2007, May 31st.
Okay. I'm gonna believe you for now. I mean, it literally says 07 in your name. If you're lying to me, you just leave now. But quickly before we hop into the debate, I'm actually just gonna run a poll over on YouTube. Would a round with Fuentes be worth? ? Let's see where the general consensus over on YouTube is at. We're also going to go ahead and run one over on TikTok. Let's get that right. Let's get that up right now. Poll and gift vote. All right. Drop a smiley face for yes, sad face for no. Would it be worth it to have a round 2 debate with Nick Fuentes? We're going to go and let those polls run. And while we are letting those polls run, take it away, Michaela. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because immigrants should not be allowed to go into a country illegally without consequences, and I do not support abortion.
Okay, so which one do you want to start on?
Abortion.
Abortion. Okay, that's fine. So do you hold exceptions for rape?
No, I do not. If you
Wow.
can't afford the child, give it up for adoption. That's your problem.
Oh, that's your problem. So it's a 10-year-old girl's problem that she got raped. Why? Where's this hateful rhetoric coming from? Who taught you this?
I used to watch the Charlie Kirk show before he died.
Yeah, and Charlie Kirk, I guess that is where the hateful rhetoric is coming from, because he's the one that also said, if his 10-year-old daughter got pregnant, that he'd force her to keep that pregnancy. Listen, I'm going to try to use this as an opportunity, not to get angry and just, hurl insults at you, but to genuinely try to change your mind, because I think it is of the utmost importance that at the bare minimum, every single American agrees to the common sense fact that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. Okay? Here's the thing. Even if we say that the fetus has moral value, even if we say that that fetus has the right to life, the same right to life that you have, is a person just like you, we can still say that victims of rape should be able to access abortion since they have no obligation to continue to provide their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive. I think that victims of rape are well within their rights, regardless if the fetus has moral value or not, to reject domicile in their uterus to that fetus and reject the continued sustenance and providence of their bodily resources to that fetus and evict them from their womb. And Michaela's gone. Come on, Michaela. That's spineless of you. Okay? You know what, Michaela? I'm going to give you an opportunity. Can you hop back in that guest request and have a genuine dialogue with me on the subject? I don't want to get the slam dunk. I just want to get a changed mind. Okay? That is genuinely one of those topics where I will try to be as nice and as non-harsh as possible because I want your mind to change. Okay? That is such a harmful belief. Everybody in the chat spamming Dean, she follows Kamala. I don't think that she was trolling. I don't think that she's trolling. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I support you, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for that love, man. We are just looking for some debates. So, wow, okay. The results of the poll are in over on TikTok. 4.5 thousand people voted yes, it would be worth it to debate Nick Fuentes again. 240 people voted no, it would not be worth it to debate Nick Fuentes again. Over on TikTok, 79% of people out of 1,500 people that voted in total said yes, it would be worth it to debate Nick Fuentes again. Then 21% of people voted no, it would not be worth it to debate Nick Fuentes again. So it looks like an overwhelming amount of the viewership on TikTok and YouTube says it would be worth it. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, it's you again, Michaela. So do you want to respond to what I said?
I kind of got nervous, but okay, yeah, I'm done with this.
And she left again. Fine, whatever. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. By the way, I'm liking the debate I see over the subject in the Discord. Keep it up. Gives me more insight into what's good or bad to do. Gives me a greater perspective. So please continue having those discussions. I think they're great. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Danny?
Kinda, but not fully. I was just gonna talk about what Michaela was saying. I was just gonna ask you, do you
agree with
believe
Michaela?
that? No, not not what she said. I was gonna ask if you agree with that. Do you think for rape victims, do you think they should be able to have abortions, but not?
Yeah. So but not. Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and fill in the blank for you because I think I kicked you a little bit too early. I think that all women and girls should be able to access abortion. I just think it is uniquely easy to justify it for victims of rape. I think that you could be pro-life and hold an exception for victims of rape. We're going to move on to the next guest. Sadie, guys, if you happen to be in that box, y'all, make sure that it means it's because you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate y'all so much for following the rules. Welcome into Support Trump.
Not necessarily, but I do have certain viewpoints that people would consider similar.
Okay, like what?
So, one, I do support abortion, but at the end of the day, there are certain things that I would believe, not necessarily Charlie, but people like him would push ideology-wise that were not necessarily smart, but in a sense trying to reach out to a higher environment of people who don't like to listen or have a better understanding.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, give me 1 second. So, I have watched both you, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. I've been keeping up with a lot of these things on purpose because I feel a lot of people on both sides don't really pay attention to a lot of things. And realistically, abortion should be acceptable for everyone, but under certain circumstances, because as somebody who has had my own personal things go through, I personally believe that abortion is something that should be accessible to everyone, but especially victims of rape. Because
So you're telling us that you think that abortion should be accessible to everybody. That's not a right-leaning view.
Not necessarily, no. But I have friends as well that kind of see it similar, but also have views that stand more on the you shouldn't, but if it's an option that you need to go to, then it should be accessible to you.
So in what
And
circumstances
that's
do you think that women and girls shouldn't have access to abortion?
I have friends that do. I personally believe that it should be accessible, but in senses, it's
Okay.
not something that
So
should
I'm
be-
just gonna go to review. I'm sorry if I'm not just being patient today. It's been a long one. You know, it's been an hour and a half. And we just haven't been able to find somebody just to give us a good debate. You know what I mean? What's up, D Sport Trump?
Dean and Parker live battle. Dean and Parker live battle.
Please stop. Not today, guys. It's been an hour and a half. Just want some debates. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Everyone, just give us a moment to get that very next guest loaded up into the live. I'm right now. So what I'm doing while we're trying to get some individuals up in here to debate about why they support Trump is I'm keeping an eye on my Discord where there's ongoing debate surrounding on if it would be a bad thing to debate Nick Fuentes again. I think that there's a lot of strong points being made in each direction. So I'm just gonna reiterate, and I enjoy seeing it. That's what I want to see. That's why I brought it up. All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Please make sure that if you're inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're just looking for some debates today, folks, and we're not really finding any. The Trump supporters are fucking terrified. Hello, do you support Trump? Just space things. Okay, all right. And they're gone. So somebody in the Discord, I mean, we're just going to talk about this while we're looking for the next guest. Somebody in the Discord says... there's a problem. There's a platforming issue that I could sympathize with. We should not platform Nazis. One moment. However, he is gaining popularity, and we really do need to push back. The problem is that you have to be sufficiently knowledgeable about niche topics, and if you are not, then bad things can happen. And this is particularly true with Nick and his Holocaust denialism. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, I remember having a very similar thought process last time we went into things. And I think the one part of that I'd stress a little bit more urgently today is that he's not just like a popular political pundit. He's like the most popular political pundit. Scary shit. Zaid, feel free to unmute, man. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. And what year are you born?
Born in 2006.
What month and what day?
March 6th.
March 6th, you'd be 19. Okay, somebody else in the Discord chat says, "Hey, Dean, go ahead and name drop me. Send your glazers to attack me. I don't give a fuck what you're doing is stupid." Wait, it's stupid to ask the public for what their thoughts are about a nuanced issue? I don't think you thought that one through, my friend. I don't think that you thought that one through, my friend. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up? Do you support Trump as president?
What's up, nigger? Oh my goodness, Dean, I like raping babies.
And they're banned. Really quickly. I got them out as fast as I can. Chet. Okay, move it out to the next guess. Oh, God. Everyone just give us a minute here to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, everyone. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, David. How old are you?
57.
Okay, David. And why do you support Trump?
Convince me not to.
Convince you?
Cause look.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, cause I'm gonna give you your shot, man. I'm a fair guy, and you're a very intelligent young man.
Okay.
And I've talked to you before.
You've talked to me before.
Yeah, you'll probably remember me after a little minute.
Okay. So usually
but you accidentally.
So usually.
You didn't mean to,
so usually.
You didn't mean to kick me.
So usually I only talk to people once, but considering the fact that it's literally been over an hour and a half and we haven't been able to find a single Trump supporter to debate, I'm going to lie to stay on for now. We'll have a conversation and I could try to convince you to stop supporting Trump.
Yeah, because last time you accidentally kicked me, if you look back, you can see it was like you said, "Oh man, that guy was just starting to cook," and you accidentally kicked me.
Okay.
You even said it. You said I accidentally kicked him.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. You told me to convince you not to support Trump. I think I could do that. I have a couple questions for you. Let's see where your red line lies. Okay.
Okay.
Would you ever support a president that has pardoned a narco terrorist?
I don't know all the circumstances behind that, so I don't know if he made a deal. You know, there's a lot of backdoor deals and under the table deals, and I don't agree with a lot of it, but it is what it is. So I can't really, I'm just straight up answer, you know, if it was clear cut, you know, if I didn't know that these politicians, you know, are doing stuff in the back door and then, you know, and all this, and hey, you know, don't tell me, I'm not telling you stuff. But
you're giving a real complicated, you're giving a real complicated
I'm gonna make
answer.
it simple. No, I wouldn't.
Okay,
simple, no. But it's not as simple as that. It's not as simple as that.
So then this fact alone should be able to convince you to stop supporting Trump, considering the fact that Donald Trump just pardoned a quote-unquote narco terrorist, and in consideration to what he thinks a narco terrorist is, when he gave a full and complete presidential pardon to an old president of Honduras that was trafficking the CDRUG into America.
Well, see, again, like I said, if I knew, because I'm pretty sure that he probably threw somebody under the bus. He done something to, look, Trump's a businessman, you know. Trump's a businessman. Why would he pardon him knowing guys like you are going to pick that apart? Why would he do that?
I don't know. Ask him. I don't hear a counter argument. I mean, seemingly you told me to convince you to stop supporting Trump, and my job is done here. I asked you, would you ever support a president that has pardoned a narco terrorist? And you said, no, I wouldn't. So Donald Trump pardoned somebody that helped trafficking in 400 tons of the C drug into America. Obviously, that's somebody who you consider to be a narco terrorist. So you should no longer support Trump as of now. Now, if you do still support Trump, I would love to hear your compelling reason why you're such a hypocrite.
Okay, again, I don't know what kind of deals they made, man. Look,
what do you mean
know
deal?
people.
What do you mean? Wait. You're saying that they made a deal for the pardon? So it's illegal to sell pardons. So that would just be more reason to not support Trump as
I'm not
president.
talking about selling. I'm talking about maybe
deal.
the other dude rolled, man. Maybe the other dude gave up all the big guys. You know, say, hey, this guy's located here. This guy's located here. I'll throw them all under the bus if you'll pardon me. You know, I don't know if you've ever been in a justice system, but that's the way it works, man. You know.
Okay.
You rat.
Well,
you know,
see the thing
that's
is,
what I'm saying.
the thing is typically when individuals like inside of the criminal justice system, like when a quote unquote rat, then they could have like their sentence reduced or expunged, but like by the criminal justice system, by their prosecutor, by a judge, so on and so forth. That's not something that would lead to a presidential pardon. Not to mention that to get somebody out of jail, you don't even need to pardon them. He could have just commuted his sentence, but instead he intentionally decided to pardon him and delete his sentence off of his record. Okay? Not to mention that you don't have any evidence, right, of any like background deal of, ratting out these other narco terrorists to justify that your claim is even possibly true. So it just kind of sounds like you're believing in a bunch of nonsense here in order to justify contradicting a value in which you've already made clear to us.
Well, see, I'm speaking from life experiences. Okay, I'm an old guy. All right, and listen, I see in the comments now. Look, I'm not saying that I do not. I'm trying to word it correctly. Look, I know how a lot of the system works. It's you give me this, I'll give you that. He's not. It's hard to convince me that he's just going to turn that guy loose for everybody, right in front of everybody, for guys like you that are very intelligent to come on here and really clever with words and all. And it's hard for me to fathom that he would do that without something given back to him. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about, look, Trump, if you let me go, I will tell you where all these guys are located at and what they're doing.
Okay, so you've already made this. So you've already made this point, and I already responded to this point.
Okay, so let's try to
right.
move
By the
on.
way, so that would be blatant corruption. I just thought I'd point that out. Right, getting something in return for a presidential pardon is illegal.
The police do it all the time, man. It's not a presidential pardon, but they'll drop your charges if you rat somebody out,
So
man.
there's a big difference between a federal DOJ and a reduction in your sentence via the prosecutor for an exchange of information.
Well, see, that's when these guys got all these power, man. I really don't fully trust any of them.
Okay, yeah, honestly, it just sounds like you're going to continue to believe in your conspiracy theories as it relates to that first point, and I'm not going to be able to break any ground
I'm
here.
just saying that's not a theory. I'm just saying that's so. Let's try to find something.
Wait,
else
you just said
to
that
come
wasn't a
with.
theory, dude. That by definition, that is a conspiracy theory. Define conspiracy theory. Thank you for the motorcycle count. Okay,
yeah, that was cool.
Okay,
I'll concede that.
So you agree that that's a conspiracy theory? Okay. Well, you asked me to convince you to stop supporting Trump, so we're going to move on to the next question. Would you still support Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited naked women and/or naked little girls?
No.
Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that.
People, my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done, yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest with you. That was disturbing. That was disturbing. I'll be honest with you. Disturbing, yes. Was that a character flaw? Yeah. I'll tell you what, most men, and you don't have to answer me because I know you won't. I mean, I'm not going, no, you might. I don't know. I don't know you personally, but you know us guys and how we talk, man. So I'm just saying, I'm not defending that. Now, I'm not going to defend that because I have daughters. I got granddaughters. I'm not going to defend nobody that would do no crap like that. I don't even like that kind of talk. I'm there with you on that. I don't like that kind of talk. But guys talk like that all the time. I'm not making excuses for him now. I'm just saying, honestly, you've heard your friends talk like that, maybe, and you ain't got to admit it, but you know how guys talk, man. And a lot of guys will say stuff they never even really did, just trying to flex and act like king. Well, I don't want to say anything inappropriate on here, but because it's my job, man. I got daughters. I'm not a maker of men. I got daughters and I got children. And so I am very, very protective over women. And that is disturbing. Not gonna lie.
That was a self-report.
I didn't
that was a self-report. You just self-reported. So the way that you just self-reported was by telling us that that's just how guys talk. I'm a guy. I've never talked like that. Okay. I know many other guys. I've never heard another guy talk like that. Okay, you just self-reported by telling us that you're telling us that what you do is you'll go and talk to your friends and you'll tell them that you've sexually exploited women and girls.
No, I just told you I don't do that. I said I hear other guys doing that.
Okay, are you telling me that you heard other guys boast about sleeping with a woman when in all reality they hadn't?
Yes, I have. Yes,
Okay,
yeah, and you
yeah,
have too.
yeah,
Come on,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
You know you got guys.
So that's what I've heard. I've heard a guy like talk himself up by saying that like he's consensually had sex with like an attractive woman that in all reality he didn't consensually have sex with. But what I've never heard is an egotistical, prideful, boastful man sit on stage and tell people that he's sexually exploited a woman when in all reality he never sexually exploited them. Not to mention that we know that he did what he said he did inside of that clip, considering the fact that we have corroborating victim testimony from 7 of the teens that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997, and many of the adults that competed at Miss USA over the years, including Miss Arizona from 2001. Okay, you cannot sit here and argue that he was just boasting, he's being egotistical, he's being prideful, because you wouldn't be able to give me another example of a boastful, egotistical, prideful man claiming to have perpetuated sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. On top of the fact that you wouldn't be able to explain why we have corroborating victim testimony from multiple women and teens, and the secondary fact that Howard Stern actually explicitly asked Donald Trump to clarify that this is something that he's actually done, because maybe Howard Stern thought something similar to you, that he was joking, but then Howard Stern, after asking Trump that, Donald Trump told him that, yeah, this is something that he's actually done.
Well, you know, when you become over 50 years old, I promise you're going to hear a lot of that talk, and it's going to upset you. You know, like me, if you got a heart, you protect women, and you seem like you would. Dude, man, it's going to piss you off, but you're going to hear it.
Okay, can you respond to the 3 specific points that I just made?
Okay, just one at a time.
Okay.
That way I can Okay.
Okay. The first point that I'd like you to respond to is if he was saying that he did something that he hasn't actually done, then why do we have corroborating victim testimony from many of the teens and women that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA?
Well, I'm not going to dispute you on that. I mean, it's
so
on
then
record,
you don't.
right?
So then you don't dispute that he was telling the truth and that he wasn't lying about sexually exploiting kids, but he actually has.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. I weren't there. And when you get my age, you're going to learn that it's like, you're there, your call. I weren't there.
This is incoherent.
I don't know the details.
We do know the details because he told us the details. He told us he would barge into their dressing rooms and look at them when they had no clothes on. That's sexual exploitation.
Now, you know, if you follow Trump on whatever that social stuff he's always posting, you know, this guy's blowing so much air, dude, that he's got so many people confused. I have seen a lot of Trumpers turn against him. No,
you're
repackaging.
You're repackaging your original argument. Okay, your original argument that you're repackaging is that he didn't actually do what he said he did. We know that he actually did what he said he did because he says he's actually done it. We know that he has actually done what he said he did because of victims. because the victims testified to the fact that he actually did it. And we know that he did what he actually did for the third reason being that I've never seen an egotistical, boastful, prideful man claim to have done the perpetuated sexual violence that they actually didn't perpetuate. Also, thank you so much for that cool-ass level ship. That's very kind of you. Go ahead.
I actually have seen a lot of men do that crap. I don't like it. I don't condone it.
But if you had a man come to you and tell you that he has actually raped a woman, okay? And then you even clarified with him, right? You said, so you've actually done this. And he said, yes. And then he told you the name of the woman that he raped. And then you sought out that woman and you asked her, has this man actually raped you? And she said, yes, he actually has. Would you believe that that man is a rapist?
What I would like to do, and I would hate to put, because it's really, you know, if you know about victims, I would hate to put the girl under distress, you know, because she'll relive that, okay? I would hate to do that. But I would ask her, and I would like to, unfortunately, you know, people can be convinced of things. If she took a polygraph test, I would hate to put her through it because that's, you know.
So you need further confirmation. This is crazy. This is batshit crazy.
Well,
like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry, David. But when we have an admission of guilt from the perpetuator of sexual violence that aligns with the testimony from the victim of said sexual violence, right? And both the admission of guilt and the testimony of the victim are credible in this sense, right? This is incredibly plausible to occur. They're describing events that we know in part actually occurred. Like we know that Donald Trump actually owned those beauty pageants. We know that Donald Trump, was actually, running those beauty pageants in the 90s and early 2000s. He was actually there. I just don't think that we don't need any more evidence. Okay? When we have victim testimony to corroborate an admission of guilt from the perpetuator, right? And both the victim testimony and the admission of guilt from the perpetuator are incredibly reasonable, right? We know that they align with reality that we already know is true, such as Donald Trump actually owning those pageants and being there and having these women and girls compete at them. It's crazy. It's so crazy to deny them.
Okay, you about got me. Okay, I'm almost there. You're making progress. And I just want to say, because look, I'm not irrational, man. I got daughters, grandkids, and I just want to say something real quick. For the people creeping up on my stuff, I can put it in private, but I don't. Easy way to get 5,000 subs is just go and randomly follow anyone that pops up that it suggests, and half of them will follow you back, and you got your 5,000 subs. So I don't even look at who the hell I'm following. So there's that. So they can't nobody throw that shit at me. I needed 5,000 subs so I could do what I want to do.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him, dude. Like, who are we debating? Are we debating like fucking rocks? Are we debating like actual like tree stumps? What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 23.
Yeah, got it, man. Just give me a second here. I have a couple people to thank that'll pass you the mic. Madeline, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo. Who says this is the same guy who worked at a strip club that also follows a 13-year-old from 2 weeks ago. Oh my God. Elise, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Who says, why did your mod ban me from the Discord? Elise, what did you do? Benjamin, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Who says, because I've had a shit day too and seeing you kick MAGA in the chunk never fails to make me smile. Well, listen, Benjamin, I'm happy that this stream today is putting a smile on your face. I'm going a little bit crazy, but thank you so much for the $20. As well as Marie, thank you for the $7 over on Venmo. Who says, Nick Fuentes dash, because he's being mainstream platform now and he'll have new fans, and those can be turned off when they see you destroy him. You probably won't be able to turn off the incels and the Nazis, but the new viewers. That's why I think it's worth it. Marie, that's actually a good perspective, because that's something else that I've been kind of trying to like deal with is like, well, if I were to debate him and I were to destroy him, like what would the impact be? Because I bet a lot of his fans just don't even care about the truth. Right? But you actually bring up a really good point in that statement, Marie, because there's like a lot of new people that are now supporting Nick Fuentes because he's like the most mainstream political pundit for young Americans that could be turned off of them. I'm going to mute him. That could be turned off of him if they were to see him get utterly fucking destroyed. As well as David, appreciate you so much for the $6.66. David, you know what you said. I can't word it out. Eric, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, Nick Fuentes deserves no place in our side of the political platform. Giving him a voice here only allows more visibility to him. Give the fascists nothing, no platform, no voice, which is also a good point, because ultimately, in having a conversation with him, that would in part give him a platform to then say what he wants, preach his insanity, to then have new, young, immature minds tune into it, to hear what he has to say, to potentially then follow him. Thank you for the $10, Eric. That is very, very kind of you. Ash, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Jeremy, thank you for the $5. Ash with a $1. Amanda with a $5. Thank you so much. And Brittany with the $5 as well. As well as for everybody over on TikTok spamming that YouTube stream is muted. We got that figured out on YouTube. It's all good now. There's just a momentary glitch. Anyways, Red, White, and True, I just sent you an invite to unmute. If you want to turn that mic back on and tell us why you support Trump, take it away.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So there are a few main reasons, and I will say, obviously, I'm not as educated as you are. You've been doing this for years, and I'm new to all this. But I will say, as far as before I go into like facts, the main things for me why I would support Trump over, let's say, like Biden or Kamala Harris previously. For me, the two big things are economy, and I would also say safety for the country.
Okay, well, Donald Trump's terrible for the economy. We're seeing the largest numbers of layoffs that we have since the pandemic. I mean, so far this year, 1.1 million people have lost their job. GDP growth is down 1%. Unemployment is obviously up, given the last statement I made. I mean, companies in the S&P 500 are reporting lower profit margins than they did in Q1 of this year when our GDP went down. Keep in mind, the GDP of no other developed country in the world went down in that same financial quarter. Not to mention that we're also seeing a massive recess in business investment into American manufacturing for the first time in years after a massive boom under Biden. So, I mean, the economy is not doing well at all. Now, to your second point, protecting the safety of this country. I think that Donald Trump is terrible for the safety of this country. I think that he's actually directly threatening the safety of many people in this country. Okay? Have we seen a secret police illegally kidnap people and deport them to Sica in El Salvador with no due process where they're then beaten and tortured? Yeah, we have. Have we seen a secret police, the ICE agents, violate the constitutional rights of Americans by taking their cameras off the side of the house when they're walking up to the door? Have we seen his secret police ICE agents racially profile people on the streets, detaining them under the suspicion of them being an undocumented immigrant just because the color of their skin is brown? Yeah. So maybe your safety doesn't personally feel threatened, okay, if you're a white man. However, many individuals are living a significantly different reality than you because you are not a white man.
I do completely understand your points. For me, I just feel like, and here's like a big thing, like what if another country were to invade us and everything? And I know there's talks about gun safety and everything too, but let's say another country came in and invaded us over Trump. I would feel a lot more comfortable based on what I've seen from him as far as his ability to take power in certain situations.
Really? So if another country invaded us, you'd feel comfortable knowing that our Secretary of War has already leaked private confidential information that a new report from our government under Trump has determined threatened the lives and safety of American soldiers twice now, 2 signal gates, and is now facing articles of impeachment in the House for the perpetuation of murder and or war crimes in the Southern Caribbean. Are you sure that that's the person that you want to be guiding us through wartime?
They seem to make logical, powerful decisions, whereas if it was Kamala or Biden, I think they would kind of be like, oh, something would already happen.
Wait, do you think that leaking confidential information to a reporter from The Atlantic, that according, like I said, to a report released by our own government, put the safety of American troops on the line was logical?
I'm just talking about like World War III. But like,
you're not answering my question.
Do I think it's logical? I mean, I think there's a reason for it.
I don't like. There was a reason for putting the safety of American troops on the line by accidentally adding a reporter from The Atlantic into a confidential group chat where high-ranking members of our military and government were discussing private war plans. Dude, no, you're brain rotted. You're so totally brain rotted. Here's what I'm.
Dude, I've even seen it. Look, and
look. Just give me another 20 seconds. Here's a way that I'm looking at you right now. I'm looking at you the same way I look at a lot of individuals that will try to run apologetic arguments for God. Okay, right? So there'll be like a really compelling argument against like a certain conception of God, right? But then the Christian apologetic, then the Islamic apologetic, then the Judaist apologetic will then respond to that by saying, well, God just had good reason to do this. God has good reason to allow this. Do we know what this good reason is? No, but I'm just going to assume that is the case because God is God, right? And seemingly that's the identical thing that you're doing here with the Trump administration. When I'm able to point out something that was like glaringly idiotic, when I'm able to point out something that was like glaringly bad, right? Like our Secretary of War accidentally leaking confidential, top secret war plans to 2 different reporters on 2 separate occasions, leading a report from our government concluding that he threatened the safety of American troops. And then you just basically assume that this wasn't accidental, it was intentional, and he had good reason to do so. You were treating Trump like one would treat a god.
I mean, there's even numbers, though, that prove the safety of our country compared to 2023 and 2024. There's been about a 15% decrease in murder and manslaughter compared to 2023. And also about 5% in rape and robbery too. And I'm looking at these from sources. Violent crime in the U.S. has dropped by 4.5% as well. So can you prove to me?
And how much did it drop from 2023 to 2024?
From 2023 until now, it has been about a 14.9%. decrease?
So here's what I see. I see a pretty consistent trend of, for instance, sexual assault dropping every single year in America by a margin of around 10% from 2021 at the peak of the pandemic. I also see that same trend to be true of robbery, and I see a very similar trend to be true of carjacking. However, carjacking actually dropped even more substantially between 2023 and 2024. I'm seeing that same trend to be true of gun assault, and I'm seeing that same trend to be true of aggravated assault and homicide. If you'd like my source would be the Council on Criminal Justice. So just to kind of once again recap my counter argument against you, it would be that although crime rates are further dropping in 2025 under the Trump administration, they're dropping at the same or lower rates than they were dropping under the Biden-Harris administration.
I mean, I'm just looking at 2023, 2024 until now. So.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. And I just gave you my source to demonstrate that when we just observe the trend is just simply tracking what we already saw under the Biden-Harris administration. Violent crime was already dropping. Sexual assault was already dropping. Carjackings were already dropping. And they're either dropping at the same or lower rates than they were in previous years.
Okay. Well, it's not getting worse.
Okay, yeah, but the argument is that Trump's not making it better, right? And you claim that Trump was making it better.
I mean, I'm just looking at the difference from the previous administration until now.
Well, there's just not a difference, right? Like you arguing.
There is a difference. You just said
no. You arguing that sexual assault has dropped by 9% from 2025 compared to 2024, right? Doesn't mean much good for Trump when sexual assault also dropped by 9% from 2023 until 2024. We see a continued trend. We don't see a new trend onset by Trump.
Okay, well, part of it could also be the border.
The border.
And there was actually somebody on here a little while ago. I forget his name, but he was talking about border control. And I mean, Trump is everybody correlates him to whatever strong border. I actually was able to watch it. He was trying to post a video of, I think it was like a backhoe or something, breaking down the fence during the Biden administration.
Oh, yeah, the infamous backhoe video. How do you know that video's from the southern border?
How do I know it is? I mean, I could try and pull up the source.
Yeah, how do you know that the Biden-Harris administration had knowledge of this backhoe?
What did you say? You know they had knowledge of it?
So how do you know that this backhoe is at the southern border, and how do you know that the Biden-Harris administration had knowledge of this backhoe?
That's what the source said, and it was pretty clear.
What's the source? Out of curiosity.
I will see if I could find it.
Yeah, sure. While you're looking for that, got a couple people to thank. Let's see here over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $2, Madeline. 18 minutes ago. Appreciate you for the love. Riley, thank you for the $2. And Brian, thank you for the $15 who says, yo, good work roasting these drunk uncles all night. Good luck out there in your studies. Cheers. Thank you so much for the love, Brian. Show some love to Brian down below in that comment section, everybody. Thank you so much for the love. Over on PayPal, we got a couple people to thank. Miss Kathy, thank you for another $100 over on PayPal. Holy fuck, Kathy. Kathy with another 100 says, and here's another for standing up for women's rights. Kathy, you are so incredibly kind and generous. But guess what? It doesn't stop there because Bonus, thank you so much for the $100 too. Oh my God. Bonus with $100 says, as somebody who has changed backstage countless times, the only reason why we weren't assaulted is because my dad was standing guard at our changing rooms. He stood with his back to us as we changed. He's an immigrant. He made sure that we were safe to win Indiana State Championship. Oh, well, you got a good dad. Fuck yeah. And it's just so crazy. And I just feel so bad that this has happened to other beauty pageant contestants. Thank you so much for the $100 bonus. And Kathy, please, everybody watch it. And I'll show some massive love, massive love to Bonus and Kathy. Both of you guys are so incredibly kind. I do not deserve a penny of that fucking hell. As well as Caesar, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Luency, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. And I think that we're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you want to support me, you want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the YouTube stream, and right there on the top of the phone screen. And go ahead and take it away, red, white, and true.
All right. So what I found, like, details about it. The backhoe, it happened in October of 2023. It smashed into the fence, leading to temporary damage, blah, blah, blah. The video's not here, but I do also want to bring up a point. Because that was just what was posted on your stream, so I don't have exact access to that right now. This was a few days ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you could laugh all you want.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
well,
just what was. That
okay.
was yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So as far as this goes, I want to see what you think about this. In January of 2024, during the Biden administration, they allowed federal agents to resume cutting and removing the wires that were a part of the border. So they were pretty much destructing it. So
Are you talking about Texas's illegal wires? What wires are you talking about?
it's just talking about the border here.
But like what quote unquote border? Are you talking about the razor wire in the river?
The what?
Are you talking about the razor wire in the river?
No.
Okay, I thought you just said that you didn't know specifically what razor wire it was.
I mean,
I think that you're talking about the razor wire that was put into the river illegally by Texas, that then the federal government took down, not only because it's inhumane, but also an impedance upon federal rights.
Okay, but my point being is that they are not on top of illegal immigrants coming in who could be causing crime or some of these numbers.
No, your point was that they were literally destroying the border, and I just explained how it was good that they took down that razor wire.
What does destroying the border lead to? What does destroying the border lead to? It potentially.
So what destroying the illegal razor wire, put on that river by Texas leads to is law and order, buddy. So are you not a fan of law and order?
What I'm reading, it's not talking about that illegal.
Okay, so then what is it talking about?
It's talking about the border.
What part? What fucking border? Give me some more specific information. And then what is your source?
What is my source?
Yeah, because is it ChatGPT?
No, it's coming from.
Is it a Next post?
No, it's not a Next.
So why can't you just read the URL?
It's WRAL.
What the fuck is WRAL?
That's the website.
Okay, so what's the title of the article?
It's about Biden and Democrats dismantling border security.
Okay. Fact check. Did Biden and Democrats, quote unquote, dismantle border security? Let's see. So it says it's a fact check. One moment. Everybody make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen while I'm reading through the source. No. What the fuck? You're an idiot. This is a fact check for that claim, and the article says that claim is false. Do you want me to show you? I bet I could show you. We could get dude, wow. I'll just show you with the screen grab real quick. Let's go to turn that display capture on. Yeah, here you go. So it says fact check. Okay. This is the article that you're referencing, right? This is the article that you're referencing, right? It's from WRAL News. Okay, this is your source, right?
Yes, and there's also a...
Okay, but just one second. Well, let's just look at the source, okay? Read it together. First, read this. Read the highlighted text, like out loud.
Okay.
Literally read it out loud.
Did Biden and Democrats dismantle border security?
Okay. One moment. Read this.
There is... Your wording is over top of it. But it says Biden allies won't admit they opened, and I can't read.
The highlighted part. The highlighted part in blue. Read that.
So it's right about Democrats having dismantled border security.
What is that next word?
No.
No. So the source that you gave me to justify that the Biden-Harris administration was dismantling border security says that the Biden-Harris administration was not dismantling border security, right?
This is what Google pulled from it. So
could you just answer right? Right? Like the source that you gave me says the opposite of what you were trying to argue?
I'm just telling you what was pulled from that article.
Can you just answer my question? The source that you gave me explicitly says the opposite of what you were trying to argue.
Sure.
Okay. What's next?
The other thing, there is one of the guys, I think it was the real TPA guy, had a link about the illegal wire cuttings and also the backhoe, and that was in your last. It was probably like 2-3 days ago, but that was posted in your chat.
So your argument is somebody debated me 3 days ago that you think had a good argument for why Trump's a good president.
I mean, I think his argument on that was good, and he also had another.
Okay, well,
he had quite a few good arguments, and I thought that he honestly.
Well, I asked you for the source for the claim, and you gave me an article that said the opposite.
I'm just giving you what was pulled, but I think that whatever was posted on that day, I think he had better points than you on quite a few topics.
Do you know what a non-falsifiable hypothesis is?
A non-falsifiable hypothesis?
Non-falsifiable.
I mean, I could probably make an assumption off of it.
Okay, what's your assumption?
So it's probably making a hypothesis off of something that you don't know about.
A non-falsifiable hypothesis would be a hypothesis that cannot be falsified. Or in other words, a hypothesis that cannot be proven to be false or proven to be true. Okay? And it is bad to debate with non-falsifiable hypothesis because, well, I just said they can't be proven to be true. And what you're giving me right now is a non-falsifiable hypothesis. You're telling me that somebody I was debating 3 days ago dropped a link to an article in the chat. Nobody could verify that even happened, and nobody could verify what that article was or what it said. But you're arguing that that article proved that the Biden-Harris administration was attacking the southern border and cutting it down.
It's linked on Real TPA's YouTube.
On Real TPA.
That guy.
Feel free to give me the link.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Can you look stuff up on YouTube? Can you go to Real TPA?
No, I'm not gonna look anything up on YouTube.
Because I'm not usually on, so I don't go on TikTok that often.
Okay,
debates.
so then do you want to make another
on
argument?
the lives? No, I just want you to go do it. What is the best way that I can?
I'm not gonna do your homework for you, my friend. If you want to go on pause, if you want to go to Google, if you want to go to YouTube, get your sources, go read, go do it. I'm just not gonna do it for you.
All right, give me 1 second.
Okay. Yo, Mary! Oh my God! Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, everybody tuning in, please show some love to Mary down below in that comment section for the $50. Mary, I really appreciate you so much for your love and your generosity. Mary with a 50 says for being brilliant in your debates. I love watching you. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Thank you, Mary. All the love in the world to you. Thank you so much for your kindness. $50 is a shit ton of money. What's going on, Just Space Things? Do you support Trump?
Heck yeah, I do.
Can you say the alphabet?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
I don't know if that's like a real voice or a troll voice. Can you sing a song for us real quick?
Give me a song, my buddy.
Your favorite. Whatever your favorite song is.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to fuck with you.
It's pretty believable. It was pretty believable. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty believable. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up in right now, folks. Everybody just do be patient. I would also like to thank Gianna. Thank you for the $50 as well over on PayPal. You guys are being so kind today.
Yo, Dean.
Yo, calm down.
Dean.
Calm down, little bro. You sound about 4. I'm gonna have to kick you. Gianna with the $50 says, here's $50. Let's see here. Here's $50 for helping people have a voice. Thank you so much for your kindness, Gianna. If everybody watching right now could please show some love to Gianna down below in that chat while we're still looking to get that very next Trump supporter loaded up in here. It mean the world to me. Thank you so much for your support. You guys have been supporting to the goddamn moon and back today. Thank you guys so much. As well as Hannah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says been watching for over a year now. I just want to thank you for changing my mind and making me realize how corrupt the right is. Oh, that's awesome. I'm really proud of you for changing your mind, Hannah, and thank you for the 10. I'd also like to thank Eric for the $10, who says Donald Trump will not be president if the media has not been a megaphone for his rhetoric. Deadass, appreciate you so much for the love, Eric. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Me?
Yep.
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
26.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I just think he's a good guy. Been supporting him since the first time he ran.
Oh yeah, this one this one is really easy to argue against. I think I'd be able to do this on 3 melatonin and maybe 4 glasses of wine. Big wine guy over here. I like a good cab. Do you like a good cab?
No, I don't drink.
Well, good for you. Good for you. Okay, better than
Thank
me.
you.
Okay, really. Okay. Anyway,
And no caffeine, no drugs.
no
nothing.
caffeine.
Yeah.
Are you Mormon?
No chocolate. No, I'm Catholic.
Okay. Anyways, I'm getting distracted here. Back to the meat on the bone. No, the guy that was found liable for rape in a court of law is not a good guy. No, the guy that sexualized a 10-year-old girl, told her you'd be dating her in 10 years is not a good guy. No, the guy that boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls is not a good guy. No, the guy who your Pope Leo the 14th, has condemned, the guy whose policy your Pope has called disgusting, is not a good guy.
I never knew about any of that.
Now you do.
Thank you for letting me know.
Okay, do you want to respond?
Well, maybe just because he did some things in the past, maybe he can still become a better person.
So I don't think that rapists can become better people, because I think in order to be a rapist in the first place, you must necessarily lack certain moral virtues. And I don't think that you could rebuild those moral virtues. I just simply think you don't have them. Okay, and it looks like he's gone. So it looks like Jack is hitting the road here. Red, white, and true. Are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Gavin, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. You also sound Irish.
Yeah, I am.
Well, we're only looking to debate individuals from America. Okay. Go ahead, red, white, and true. Are you going to go?
Great.
Hello?
So,
There you go.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I put the link in the chat for the YouTube.
You linking me a YouTube video? Wait, so is this YouTube video going to show me like Joe Biden like cutting the fence?
No. The YouTube channel has a link on it.
Oh my god! I gave you 10 minutes, and the best that you got me is a link to a channel that you think links to your article. No, go to the YouTube channel, get the link to an article. Okay, this isn't like a reacting to 30 IQ idiot stream, so we're not going to pull up some random Trump supporters YouTube channel. This is a debate stream, meaning that if you want to make a claim, you got to come to it with some evidence.
The link, like, it's not a video that he took and made. It's a link that is on there from a source.
Well, now I'm just confused. Now it seems like there's too much going on. What is the source?
All right, I gotta pull this up.
You know what? Take another 5 minutes, my friend. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in here. I feel like I was a little bit unfair to Gavin. We didn't ask him if he's in America. We just kicked him because of his accent. Gavin, what time is it?
What? Bro, I just want to say, I support Trump because he's deporting the Somalis and he's going to send all the niggers back to Africa.
And okay, we're going to go ahead and kick him. Everyone just going to give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up in the box here. There is a lot of really racist Irish people. There is a lot of very, very racist Irish people. Moving on to the next guest. What's up, Sid? Do you support Trump?
Hello. I do support Trump.
Okay, and how old are you?
I am 18.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, what month and what day?
May 20. I don't want to say the date. May 20.
You'd be 19. Moving on to the next guest. We got Alyssa loading up in the box right now. Here we go, everybody. Just do be patient while we're getting that next Trump supporter connected to the live stream right now. We got our next guest tuning in while this other guy's still down here looking for a source for his claim. Oh my goodness. Everybody just do be patient. Everybody just do be patient. Yeah, it's funny because people on the... Actually, this isn't funny. It's very sad. It's very bad. Funny was a bad word to use there. It's bad because a lot of people on the right will deny systemic racism, but then argue that Trump is a good president because he's systemically racist. What's going on, Georgia? Do you support Trump? Okay, Georgia's not here. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Still looking for a Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. I feel like today's been a pretty like low tier stream. Like, dude, like literally this red, right, white, and true dude's like the best we got in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I got the
minutes.
video for you, by the way.
Okay, a video. So what's the video of?
The video is of a backhoe taking down the fence, and you can see people coming through the fence.
Okay, so...
And you can check this. You can fact check it.
So who's driving the backhoe?
Who is driving? It was passed by the federal government to do this.
Okay, and then who's coming in?
Why don't you have a look for yourself?
So how do you know who's coming in, and how do you know that it was a federal government's backhoe?
Because I fact checked the source through ChatGPT. That's what I did.
So ChatGPT's telling you that they were undocumented immigrants coming into America, and ChatGPT's telling you.
Are you able to play the video?
Backhoe.
Are you able to play the video?
Yeah. How do I find the video?
I put it in the chat. I could read you the URL word for word if you can't find it in there.
I mean, is it a YouTube video?
No, it's not a YouTube video.
Okay, so it just gave me the name of the website and the title of the article that this video is published under.
It is https and then : /status/184090928654344 and then S = 46.
Okay, that was a bit. Oh no! And the page doesn't exist.
I'll send it in the chat again.
No, look at the page doesn't exist. Yeah, how about this? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and go to this Vincent guy's Twitter account. Now you're looking at the tweet on your phone screen. Did he post the video accompanied by any text?
Yes.
Okay, what was the text?
The text from Vincent?
Yeah.
It says, "Say what you want about Democrats, but they play to win. This video from January shows Biden-Harris sending forklifts to open the border after Texas placed razor wire to keep illegals out."
We found it.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay.
Until Republicans started playing by the same rules.
Let's watch the video. I'm going to ask one very obvious question. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How do you even know that this video was filmed in America?
I don't know.
My point. Second question. Assuming that this video is filmed in America, how do you even know this video was filmed under the Biden-Harris administration?
How do I know that it was filmed under the Biden-Harris? Well, I mean, it was from 2024.
Nope, that's when the post is made. How do you know the video accompanying the post was filmed in that same year? I could go on on X right now and post a video of one of Michael Jackson's live performances. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be raising the king of pop from the dead.
So what are your thoughts, though? Per se, let's say this is during the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, see, the thing
Thoughts?
is we don't make assumptions with no reason, okay? So, no, I'm not willing to assume that this was in America unless you could give me reason to believe this is in America. I'm not willing to assume that this was under the Biden-Harris administration unless you could give me reason to believe this was under the Biden-Harris administration. I'm not willing to assume that that was one of the federal government's backhoes unless you could give me a reason to believe that was one of the federal government's backhoes. So, I mean, I think that those are all things in which you would have to reasonably prove. I'm not willing to assume that this is the border unless you could give me good reason to believe that this is the border. Those are all things in which you'd have to demonstrate evidence for.
Okay, so this aside, border versus Biden-Harris versus Trump. We see a more secure border.
I don't think that we see a more secure border. I agree that we see less entry. I don't think that means the border's more secure. Because I'd argue the reason why we see such a significant reduction in the level of undocumented entry is specifically caused by the fact that Donald Trump is scaring that new entry away by violating both the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here. Like, let me ask you a question. Let's assume, like, what state do you live in?
New Jersey.
Okay, you
and
live
I
in
actually
New Jersey.
do have, after this conversation, I do have one question for you about something per state.
Of course.
But, yeah.
So you live in New Jersey, and let's just assume that you have a favorite ice cream shop that you go to 3 times a week. And what's your name?
Brad.
Okay, Brad. And then one day, your favorite ice cream shop goes under new ownership, and the owners say, if your name is Brad and you come into this ice cream shop, we're literally going to put poison in your ice cream and kill you. Would you ever go to that ice cream shop again?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Does that mean that ice cream shop has more secure locks on their doors?
Does it mean they have more secure locks on their doors?
No. Does it mean that they have more restrictive pathways of entry into the shop? No, you could still enter in there just as easy as you could a year ago when it was under the previous ownership. But what it means is that you no longer want to go in there, because if you do, there's a really big potentiality that you're going to get fucked, okay? And I think that's how a lot of potential immigrants are feeling right now, because the undocumented immigrants that are in this country are literally getting fucked, okay? We've seen illegal deportations with no due process to centers for terrorists. We've seen illegal deportations violating withholding orders that have led to torture and abuse in El Salvador. We've seen college students getting blackbagged by ICE agents, then taken to detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of a judge. We've seen these immigration camps propped up in less than 7 days, then shut down a month and a half later because it is the case that violated federal law, and we continue to see more and more of this every single day. And I think that's scaring new entry away.
But here's the thing, Dean. The new entry that's scared away, that's for illegal immigrants.
Well, it is for undocumented immigrants. It's also for legal immigrants and tourists. And I don't think that changes anything. I still think it's wrong because of the means in which we're used to produce that outcome.
But how is that wrong? They know there's somebody in power who is going to enforce a more stable border, and there's going to be consequences if you're coming in illegally.
Because I don't think that those consequences are just.
They're not just.
I don't think it's just to torture somebody because they committed a federal misdemeanor. And it's really, ripe coming from you if you would like to argue otherwise, considering the fact that you made an adjudicated rapist the president. Rape women equals give presidency. Commit federal victimless misdemeanor equals torture? What?
I mean, there's a legal process to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, a legal process that Donald Trump has been undermining. Okay, I mean, he's been trying to take the legal rights away from undocumented immigrants that are guaranteed to them by the Constitution. He doesn't give a fuck. By the way, that's a significantly larger threat to the law and order of this country when he's passing executive orders to try to repeal birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil when they've had that right guaranteed to them since 1868. Same thing with this whole 34 felonies. Same thing with the other 3 violations and infringements on the American Constitution in the last 10 months. Same thing with the civil court that determined he was lying about about the valuation of his properties in New York, or when he like intentionally like concealed classified documents taken from the White House during his first term once his first term was over in Mar-a-Lago. Same thing with the civil court that pursued litigation against him in the 70s for refusing to rent to black tenants and in violation of the Civil Rights Act, plus being obviously, like terribly racist. And same thing with him defending the P3 videos found within the Epstein files by fighting against their release every single step along the way until he was forced to vote for their release because Congress gave him the big fuck you.
So what is your point here?
My point is that the
go
only
on and ramble about like all kinds of stuff. But
my point is that
one or the
the
other.
most imminent and largest threat to law and order of this country is the person that you support as president.
But if under the Biden and Harris administration, there isn't no strict policy. This is why we see higher numbers.
Wait. So there was no strict policy then, but there is strict policy now. So
there was some sort of policy.
So what
but
is the new strict
but
policy
they're not
that's been
scared. You're
introduced
saying
in the
that they're
last 10
scared of
months?
Trump. You're saying that they're scared of Trump.
Oh, don't
because
run
he's
away from
actually
the
putting
question.
foot down.
What is the new strict policy that's been introduced in the last 10 months?
I mean, you just said that they're more scared to come in.
Yeah, not because of strict policy, because of fascism, my friend. Now you're arguing it's strict policy. So what is that strict policy?
It's part of the process. Part of it's the wall. Part of it's the legal process.
The wall that Trump's not building and only built 30 miles of in his first term. That wall?
Well,
what
did Biden and Harris put anything of a wall up?
Well, I mean, it's funny you asked that question because they wanted to work with Republicans to get good immigration policy passed. So in the bipartisan border bill that they wanted to pass, they included a provision for significantly more funding for that Trump wall than any wall that was built under Trump in his first term. And then it's also really funny that you asked that question, quote unquote, did that bill pass? No, because Donald Trump told Republicans to vote against it. So in other words, Donald Trump told Republicans to vote against furthered construction of his wall.
Well, I think the person in power now is the reason for the numbers. I mean,
no, he is, but the means in which he's using to achieve that end are very immoral and don't justify the end. Right? Like if you're like an employee in the workplace and your boss wants to increase worker productivity, so then he takes the least productive worker and like strings him up and kills them in front of all the other workers, and he tells them, hey, if you don't start being productive tomorrow, this is going to happen to you too. Right? Obviously, that workplace would become significantly more productive, but would we say the means in which were used to achieve that end goal were just? Fuck no. That boss should be fired, even though the workers became more productive due to their leadership because of the means in which he used to achieve that higher level of productivity. So even though Donald Trump has been able to effectively reduce undocumented immigration into the country, which you think is a good outcome, the means in which he's been able to use to achieve that outcome is like literal fascism, human rights abuse, infringements on the Constitution, torture in El Salvador.
Do you have anything else?
No, that's all. That's a great argument I just gave you. I don't need anything else to refute this bullshit. Do you want to respond? Because that's like a defeater argument. That's a great argument, honestly. Quite frankly. Quite frankly. Bigly huge argument. Great. Gold star.
Well, I am on the one side, you're on the other on that one. So
okay, so then refute the argument.
Refute the argument?
Yes, rebuttal.
Send me a link of your proof.
Of proof of what?
Send me a link of your proof of what you just said to me.
Okay, we'll go point by point. So my evidence that Donald Trump...
No. Give me a link.
Holy fuck.
Give me a link.
Did you not hear me say my evidence?
You could say all you want, but I don't want the source coming from
well,
you.
No, actually, I can't say all I want because you just interrupted me and went, no.
I mean, you like to do that a lot, so if I do it once, I don't see what the problem is.
Have I done it to you? I don't think so. I think I've actually been pretty courteous.
No, you just like to go on for 3 minutes, but
my last argument was 30 seconds. You just need crayon and paper because you have a small brain. It's not my fault you can't keep up, buddy.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't know. I don't know if you know much.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to link his proof?
Yes, I want to link.
Yeah, perfect. So if you go to Google and you type in the link supremecourt.gov/opinions/24PDF/24A949_LKHN.PDF, or alternatively, you just go to Google and you type in SCOTUS, that is SCOTUS, Noem, spelled Noem, versus Garcia, spelled Garcia. What you'll be linked to is a PDF of the official ruling where all nine justices serving on the United States Supreme Court at the federal level agreed that the Trump administration's deportation of Abrigo Garcia was literally illegal and that they had to facilitate and oversee his return. Now that's a reputable source if I've ever seen one. SupremeCourt.gov, baby. Yo, Patsy! Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Patsy, you're the fucking best, dude. Let's go! Patsy with the $30 says, thank you for all that you do. Keep voicing and educating. Thank you so much for your kindness, Patsy. Let's get 300 Patsy W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Callie. Thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to Patsy and Callie over on PayPal. Appreciate you for the $10. Whimsical, who says, been watching you silently for months now. Love what you do. Though I must say, those Trump supporters... what else does Whimsical have to say? Though I must say those Trump supporters that try to come off as alpha, scream, ... loading up the rest of her donation right now. They scream small dick energy, and they themselves will do everything to prove it. Much love from New York City, Carolyn. Oh, Carolyn, thank you for the $10 too. Shout out to you. And True. And then Pamela, thank you for the 5. Queen, thank you for the 3. And Wilder, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. So, were you able to type in the 4 words?
Yeah, I was able to type it in. I'm just going through it real quick. Give me a minute.
Do you need a minute to, read it?
I mean, there's nothing in here showing that Donald Trump personally ordered or pretty much directed the illegal removal of this guy. So
Okay, so the current deportations taking place are not Trump's fault?
Not really. None of this.
Okay, so then in other words, the means in which are being used to reduce undocumented immigration into America are not caused by Trump. So therefore, when you're trying to argue that Donald Trump is a good president, right, for reducing undocumented immigration into this country,
you're making an assumption.
In all reality, you can't argue, right, that would be a sufficient argument to demonstrate why Trump is a good president, since you don't think that he's culpable for the deportation. So there's the point of absurdity, obvious contradiction, denial fact. Second question: which branch of government oversees immigration?
Which branch of government oversees immigration?
Yeah. Insofar as the removal of undocumented immigrants.
What are you going to say? The executive?
Yeah, the answer would be the executive branch. Yeah. Yep. Right.
Okay, but let me give you one of your.
I have a second question. ICE. What department does ICE operate under?
So you're just going to say it's all under Trump?
Well, what department does ICE operate under?
What department?
Yeah. I'll give you a hint. It says it at the top of this Supreme Court decision. Department of Homeland Security. And who's the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security? I'll give you a hint. It's who this court case was against, Kristi Noem. And who appointed Kristi Noem? I'll give you a hint. Donald Trump. What's your source for that, Dean? What's your source? Give me a link. Give me a link, Dean. I think we broke him. I think we finally broke him.
I mean, let me just give you one of your little stories like you like to do. So, hypothetically, let's say you're in the workplace. You work somewhere, you're at the bottom of the chain. You have your manager, you have the people under the manager, let's say your directors, and then you have the nitty-gritty, you go down to the bottom. Just because of one scenario here maybe it does go up to the chain and meet with that one person, but I don't know. It's not really, you're trying to take it out on Trump when in the reality of it's not.
What if Trump defended the illegal deportation?
What did you say? What if he what?
What if Trump defended the illegal deportation?
If he defended it?
Yeah. Can you answer?
So you're trying to say he is...
If he defended the illegal deportation, what would that mean for your argument? Because you're trying to argue that he just had nothing to do with it. What if he literally defended it?
I mean, we all know what side Trump is on.
Are you going to answer my question? Like, obviously, this would invalidate your argument that, you can't blame Trump for this whatsoever because he's a man at the top and this was probably done by, some like lowly ICE agent. Well, what if he defended the actions of that lowly ICE agent? What if Donald Trump defended an attack on our rule and law? What if Donald Trump defended an attack on our Constitution? What if Donald Trump defended an aggression upon the liberties held by the individuals in this country, a fair and free trial in consideration of all facts? Because he did. Here's what the White House posted on X, April 18th, after Abrigo Garcia was wrongly deported. They say, by the way, he's never coming back. They said, by the way, he's going to continue to be beaten and tortured and starved in another country unjustly because we illegally deport him, and the Supreme Court ruled as such in a 9-0 decision. Thoughts?
No, I don't really have any thoughts on it.
Why not?
I mean, I know where Trump's side stands on it. There's always going to be certain...
Wait, so you think that Trump stands on the side against law and order?
Did I say that?
I mean, you said that he's always going to stand on the side of the decisions made by his administration, and this decision was an illegal one.
I didn't... That's not what I said.
Oh, so what did you say?
I said we know where Trump stands. I was not talking
what do you mean by that elusive statement?
On policies for the border.
Okay, so you're not actually responding to what I said. You're just trying to make a general elusive statement to quietly deflect away.
All right, so give me your question that it's precisely that you want me to answer, and not a 3-minute run-on.
So how about we just do something even easier than that? I mean, I don't really see much reason to continue debate with you because I just don't think that you're prepared to engage in one. I'm just gonna run you through one last little question here. Would you still support Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls at beauty pageants?
No.
No. Okay, so here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked women and/or naked girls at beauty pageants by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them naked while they were changing. The reason why we know that they're naked is because he said so. He said that they had no clothes on. And the reason why we know it's unconsensual is because he said that he allowed himself in, not to mention the fact that many of these beauty pageant contestants testified to the fact that he walked in there without their consent, not to mention the fact that the children at Miss Teen USA couldn't consent because they're under the age of 18.
And well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
And before you even say a word, I actually don't think you are going to say one. You've been taking like a couple minutes to compute a response. Before you even say a word, I just want to go ahead and replay what you told me before I played that clip. What do you mean by that elusive statement? Like
You want me to answer
that? I mean, I don't really see through like one last little question here. Would you still support Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls at beauty pageants?
No.
No. So your answer was no. So in other words, if you are a man of your word with a spine, grown backbone, may I add, you are no longer a Trump supporter because I just certainly proved to you that Donald Trump has sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls because he boasted about it at Howard Stern in 2005. There's your first path is to retract your loyalty from Trump, take the red hat off, say, Dean, you're right, I concede, I no longer support this tyrant, because I just told you less than 30 seconds ago, if he did something you just proved he did by playing you a clip of him admitting to it, I would no longer support him, so therefore I no longer support him. Now, the second path is a little bit more embarrassing for you. This is the path that most Trump supporters take when they're at this inflection point in this particular debate with me. It's where you try to find a way to still support Trump as president, even though I just proved that he sexually exploited naked women and naked girls. The most typical form of mental gymnastics that's employed at this point would be I don't support the fact that he did that, but I still support his presidency as a whole for these other reasons. Right before I played you that clip, you said that you would stop supporting him as president, full stop, if he had done this. So that would be a spineless, hypocritical, gibberish argument to make at this point. But we'll see what path you take. The mic is yours. Everybody's attention is on you.
So obviously, I do not support that at all. The one thing I do want to bring up to you.
Oh, I forgot that butt Biden and butt Kamala Harris.
Don't you guys allow men to go into women's bathrooms and locker rooms and changing?
Oh, this is just a terrible argument to make at this point in time.
Is it a terrible? And this is actually what I want to talk to you about, the certain state of New Jersey.
Okay, so you just said, well, don't you guys allow men to go into women's bathrooms and whatnot? So obviously you're talking about trans women. I don't think that trans women are men. I think that trans women are women. And I will happily tell you exactly why it is actually a good thing, all right, to allow trans women to use a women's restroom as soon as you concede that you no longer support Trump as president, because you told us if I could prove to you that he sexually exploited naked women and naked girls, you would no longer be a Trump supporter.
I mean, I'm not happy that he said that. You could say he said that. It's a recording. It could be AI for all I know. Who knows? But
oh, it actually can't be AI because this aired in 2005. AI voice modulation to mimic the voice of a real person to that extent didn't exist in 2005. And quite frankly, it didn't really exist until a year and a half ago. So a swing and a miss. What's next?
I don't support that. But when you have to pick between Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, the point that I threw back at you is the reason why I picked the Republican side.
Oh, another swing and a miss. Another big swing and a miss. So this is actually exactly what I thought you would do. That's why I described you doing this before you even made the argument. Remember when I was telling you how the most common response to me playing this clip after somebody said they no longer support Trump as president if he's done this is to say, well, although I think it's bad that he did that, I still support him as president for reasons X, Y, and Z, and how this is still yet explicitly contradictory to the statement that you made before I played you that clip. Okay? You told us that you would stop supporting him as president if he were to have done this. Okay? And even when you told us that you would stop supporting him as president if he had done this, you knew that Kamala Harris ran as the Democratic nominee in the last election, and you still made that promise. It was a full stop red line promise. You said if Donald Trump did X, then you would do Y. If Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls, then you would stop supporting him as president. Now that I proved it to you, all of a sudden it's a whole other narrative. So please tell me, what made you change your mind in the last minute and a half?
I said I am not for it. I said I'm against it.
You know what else you said? Let's listen to what else you said. Last little question here. Would you still support Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls at beauty pageants?
No.
We're going to make this easy. With a yes or a no, do you still support Trump as president?
I support his policies.
Just answer my question. With a yes or a no, do you still support Trump as president?
I support him
Just,
as president.
come on,
for his
just make
policies.
this easy for me. With a yes or a no, do you still support Trump as president?
Yes, I do support Trump as president for his policies.
Okay. Address this.
You can play it like
One
5
last
times.
little
Out.
question here. Would you still support Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls at beauty pageants?
No.
Can you agree that the answer you gave to that question in the clip that we just listened to from a minute and a half ago is contradictory to the answer you are giving now?
It is, but you know what you're doing, Dean. Everybody knows what you're doing. You try and put people in little traps.
Oh my God.
I mean, it doesn't really bother me.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So you admit to being a spineless coward hypocrite that holds no red lines and gives full unwavering allegiance to a predator that sexually exploited naked women and kids?
I mean, I voted for him for his policies. Currently, he's protecting
I voted for him because of his policies. So, if he raped a child in the 90s but had the same policies in 2024, would you still have voted for him?
If it was him and Kamala Harris, if fast forward to the 2024 election, is that what you're saying, or just like
he raped a child in the 90s, and it was him against Kamala Harris in 2024, and he ran on the same policy. Would you still have voted for him?
I mean, I would have to think about it.
Oh my God. Think about it.
All right, I just did think about it. I still would vote for him. I still would, for many reasons. But again, I want to hear your answer as far as trans men, trans women using.
This is why I think that MAGA is a cult. This is why I think that you're a cult member. Because
You're
Donald
a cult
Trump.
too. You're a cult.
Did you just say you're a cult too?
Well, you're calling me a cult. So you're calling.
And then you said then you said you're in a cult too. So did you just accept that you're a member of a cult? Do you
No, I
accept?
didn't accept.
Did you okay? So do you accept or reject that you're a member of a cult?
I am not a member of a cult.
Okay, what does it mean to be a member of a cult?
What does it mean to be a member of a cult? Pretty much somebody who, I mean, in your minds, talking about Trump, probably somebody that worships him and like is like, oh, all hail, no matter what.
Would it be fair to define a member of a cult in this sense as having undying loyalty to?
Say that one more time. I didn't catch the first
Would
part.
a fair definition of like a member of a cult in this sense be having blind loyalty to, undying loyalty to? There's nothing that he could do that would make you stop supporting them. Is that like a fair working definition of what it would mean to be a member of a cult in this sense?
I would not consider myself a member of a cult.
That's not the question that I asked you, though. I know that you don't consider yourself a member of a cult. I said, would like a fair working definition of what it would mean to be a member of a cult in this sense be to have undying loyalty to?
If that's your definition, sure.
But is it a fair definition?
It could be.
I think it is. So I think that you have undying loyalty to Trump because I don't think that there's anything Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him, considering the fact that you told us you would still support him if he raped a child, and I can't name anything that's worse than child rape.
Again, when I voted for him, that video clip
Can you
was
name
not
can you name something that's worse than child rape?
Can I name something that's worse than child rape?
Yeah, like an individual action directed towards one individual actor that's worse than child rape.
Other than that, singularly, I would say probably Biden and Harris's border policies to cause a lot of people to be harmed by child rape and murder and crime and drugs.
So I completely reject that, but can you answer my question? Can you name one singular action directed towards one singular action that is worse than child rape?
We'll just say that's up there. That's top tier.
Is there anything that's worse that you can name?
Currently, no. I'll let you go along with wherever.
Because I just saw somebody in the chat go ... torture ? Child rape is torture. So, okay. So
Yeah,
I just want to clarify, because you can't name anything worse that one person could do to an actor than to grape a child, and you told us that Donald Trump is still a president that you would support even though he's raped a child. There's literally nothing that Donald Trump could do to anybody that would make you stop supporting him.
Where was he found guilty for that, though?
Sir, it was a hypothetical question. I said if Donald Trump raped a child in the 90s, would you still support him as president today? And you gave a firm, clear, and confident yes. If Donald Trump raped your child in the 90s, would you still support him as president today?
I wouldn't support it, no.
Would you support him as president?
I mean, I'm not there, so.
It's not hard to imagine yourself being there. I could imagine myself being a father of a child. I could imagine that child being raped by Donald Trump 30 years ago. And I could imagine that I would certainly never support that man as president. Can you imagine the same?
Yeah, I probably could. I think if I was in that situation,
I would. So if Donald
I
Trump
would feel the same
raped
way.
your child in the 90s, you would never support him as president.
I feel the same way that you do.
So just to clarify, if Donald Trump raped your child in the 90s, you would not support Donald Trump as president today, right?
Yeah.
So why would you continue to support Trump as president if he raped somebody else's child, but you would not continue to support somebody as president if he raped your child?
Because other than that little video clip that you have, there's no real evidence or anything to. He wasn't found guilty of anything. So
I don't think. Well, I mean, there's also no real evidence that you're the father of a child that was raped by Donald Trump 30 years ago. It's a hypothetical, and I think I've made that clear.
Okay. You like to make hypotheticals, so.
Yes, I do. They're very useful. So please answer the question. Why would you not support Donald Trump as president today if he raped your child 30 years ago, but you would continue to support Donald Trump as president today if he raped somebody else's child 30 years ago?
Yeah, but did he?
Donald Trump did not rape your child 30 years ago. I don't even think you're 30 years old. It's what we call a hypothetical to test your moral principles. Please answer the question.
Yeah.
Why would you not support Trump as president today if he hypothetically raped your hypothetical child 30 years ago, but you would support Donald Trump as president today if he raped somebody else's child 30 years ago?
And where are you going with this? I said I wouldn't support it.
But you said that you would support him if he raped somebody else's child. You said that you would.
I never said that. I never said I would support that.
Okay, yeah, this one is really easy to prove.
Support it? No.
Would you support him as president?
I mean, I'm not there, so.
It's not hard to imagine yourself being there. I could imagine myself being a father. We got to go a little bit further back. I could.
Singularly, I would say probably Biden and Harris's border policies to cause a lot of.
Let's go back here. There we go.
I mean, I would have to think about it. We should go back to that topic. I agree.
Same policy. Would you still have voted for him? There we go. Listen in.
If it was him and Kamala Harris. If fast forward to the 2024 election, is that what you're saying, or just like?
Yeah, he raped a child in the 90s, and it was him against Kamala Harris in 2024 and he ran on the same policy, would you still have voted for him?
I mean, I would have to think about it.
Oh my God. Think about it.
All right, I just did think about it. I still would vote for him.
Oh, so what's that?
I still would.
Oh, so what's that? What's that, you little freak? What's that, you little spineless freak? What's that, you disturbing freak? Don't forget I have the VOD of what you said. At least that tells me that you're fucking ashamed. You're ashamed that you're a little fucky, freaky, spineless cult member.
Well, I mean, I would support it if it was going to prevent a lot of little kids from being raped.
How is Donald Trump preventing children from being raped?
I think we went over this already. Previously.
How is
Illegal
Donald Trump? Oh, illegal immigration. Are you a natural
You said
U.S. born
illegal
citizen?
immigration is
Are you
bad.
a
You said
natural?
illegal immigration
Are you a natural U.S. born citizen?
Am I a natural U.S. born citizen? Yes, I am.
You're 2.5 times more likely to commit a violent crime like rape on American soil compared to undocumented immigrants.
Well, number one, both are bad. Don't get that wrong. Number two, obviously, there's a lot more U.S. citizens compared to the people that are coming in.
Do you know what likelihood is? Do you know what per capita means? Obviously not, because you're unintelligent. In concluding that and we just got live suspended for misinfo. I don't think that we have a TikTok account to go live off of for the next couple days unless we get this appeal through. What a sick freak. One second, guys. One second, guys. Okay, I'm typing a real lengthy message here on in the submission of my appeal. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I just typed a real lengthy message in the submission of my appeal there. Let's hope that the appeal goes through, dude. We're getting fucked by TikTok today. Tracy, thank you for the... That guy was crazy. Tracy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, I don't know how you hold your cool with maggots like this guy, but I appreciate you. Well, thank you, Tracy. It's just, I mean... Yeah, yeah, it's hard. It is hard. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $35 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the kindness, Jessica. Jessica with the $35 says, thank you for saying all the things that need to be said. I'm sorry that these people are so sucked in and they refuse to back down. I hope that they can get help one day. Yeah, I think that last guess was fucking sick and needs some help. Thank you for the $35, Jessica. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to Jessica down below in that chat. I'd also like to thank Scott. Thank you for the $10, saying that we just flipped the Miami mayorship from red to blue, first time in 30 years. Yeah, I saw that, dude. That is awesome. As well as Anna, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, so wait, they support Trump because of his mass deportation and give him credit for that. But then they take every excuse. One moment, oh, there we go. But then they look for every excuse why this one illegal deportation isn't Trump's fault. Yeah, Anna. That's right. That was a huge point of hypocrisy. Thank you for the $20. I think that you're awesome. Show some love to Anna and Jessica down below in that chat. And then Kenna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I'm on your live. Can you go into the torture in El Salvador? I have many friends there. Love your work. Oh, yeah. Well, it's specifically at CCOT, the Center and Detention Center for Terrorists, or something like that, where Abrigo Garcia was forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And if he fell out of exhaustion, he would have been beat by the guards. And he was beat by the guards, not to mention that he lost 30 pounds in a matter of months. So he was starved and tortured. And then Kate, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you're going to help pay for my therapy after listening to that insanity. Obviously, we're only on YouTube right now. My Venmo, my PayPal are in the pinned message. You could also ask a question while we're waiting to hear back from that appeal. But I actually do have to go use a restroom. So for everybody watching, I'm going to go take a quick bio break. Then I will be back. And hopefully by the time I'm back, our appeal is successful and we could go live on TikTok again. Yippee! Hello! Hey guys, I'm back. Okay. The appeal was approved! Let's fucking go, dude. W, the appeal got approved on the second account. If only it was appealed on the main account. Womp, womp, dude. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, we're going to go to restart the live stream over on TikTok. We are getting some of the highest viewership numbers on YouTube today because like crowds of people have now come over to the YouTube stream at multiple points because we've had so many bans, dude. Unreal. Okay, let's go and get the live stream restarted over there. Go live. Beautiful. Got a couple people to thank here. Jordan, appreciate you for the $2 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Dean, I've watched you for a long time, but this is a valid critique of the left engaging in political theater. Racism shouldn't be platformed. It harms my community so bad. Rationalizing these ideas is how we got into this climate. Mass deportation is racist. Should I not be able to debate about Donald Trump's mass deportation? The president of the United States of America called all Somali Americans garbage 2 days ago. Should I not be able to talk about that on live? I could give so many more examples of so many things that are so evidently racist that it actually be very harmful to not talk about. In fact, I platformed racism, like per your statement, because I talked about it before I went live on Twitter. Okay? I quote tweeted a tweet talking about how a Cinnabon employee was fired for calling a Somali couple the N-word in Wisconsin, and how she's now received over $130,000 in donations by saying, according to MAGA, if you're a starving kid, you don't deserve food stamps, but if you're a racist drug addict convicted of child endangerment that slurs minorities, you deserve $130,000. Should I delete that tweet? You know, so I mean, I think when we have such a high level of structural racism explicitly coming from the mouth of the commander-in-chief of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth, you know, it needs to be discussed. But anyways, for everybody tuning back in over on not YouTube, sorry, TikTok. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. We got a ban, but we got our account back, which is a W. Tracy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Ainsley, thank you for the 2. Mickey with the 5. And then Cassandra, thank you for the $5 as well. And Holly, thank you for the $5. She says you have the patience of a saint. MAGA cultists are wild. Love from Scotland at 1 a.m. Oh, thank you so much, Holly. And then Jordan, just saw your follow-up message. Sorry, I thought that you were talking about Trump. We're going to go ahead and hop back into the debates right now, everybody. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We have around another hour on stream here. If you're curious about what happened, we got our account taken down for misinformation, but obviously the appeal went through because we said nothing that was false, so we got our account back. We have around another hour left on stream. Before we got to hop off. Let's go to get the next guest up in here. Okay, we got a Soy Boy Beta connecting. Oh wait, the Soy Boy Beta left. Terrible day for the Soy Boy Betas of the world. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We have been getting royally screwed over by TikTok today. We lost access to our main account for 3 days, and not even we're literally 2 minutes into the restart. We just got a week ban on here for misinformation. We do have the account back, but it still impacts the push out of the live, which is highly unfortunate. Bad day, unfortunately. Oh, and then the guests have been even worse. And then the guests have been even worse. Oh my God. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
21.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life?
I don't know, but do you think LeBron James is pretty cute? Do you remember? I think LeBron's pretty cute.
And who did LeBron vote for?
He probably voted for Barack Obama's husband.
Barack Obama has a husband?
Pretty sure he does.
So you think that men could give birth?
Maybe that one. That one might be able to.
Oh, okay. So men could give birth.
I don't know.
So wait, you don't know if men could give birth? Yeah, and he left. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, they love being anti-black. They love.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, one moment. They love being anti-black. They love calling black women men. But then when they realize that calling
You can't
black
tell
women,
me. Hold on. I'm so desperate to talk about Trump and how wonderful he is. I love Trump.
Can you just calm the fuck down? You're tiring me out. Okay, I've had a long day.
I just love Trump so much that I want to express it so bad right now. I can't wait to express how much I love Trump. He's like the funniest. He's like the funniest, the best president we have ever had. He made America great.
That's a troll. We're going to move on right now. Somebody in the TikTok comment section said, D needs a break. I do feel like I need a break right now. It's been a rough day. What's going on, Beta?
Yeah, you should take a break from grifting. What you mean, soy latte? Let me see it. Let me see your gains. Did you showed me that picture? It was 3 years ago, buddy.
Took a break from grifting.
Not after your break.
Took a break. Whoa. Took a break from grifting.
You should take a break from. Yeah, you should take a break from grifting.
The same way you
Because
took
all you do is
the same way
you're like a GoFundMe.
the same way you took a break from elementary school, and that's why you're learning your shapes as a grown adult.
So you're bullying my younger brother? Should I sue you?
No, I'm bullying you. No, you said I'm like a GoFundMe.
Bro, I'm smart as fuck.
Now wait. Now you said I'm you said that I'm like a GoFundMe.
You're like a GoFundMe kid. You're a charity kid.
I'm a charity case. I'm a GoFundMe. If I didn't know any better, I'd just say that you sound very, very pissed off that people send me money and that you're very jealous.
No, it's because you think your fans over
Yeah, but why are you so
more
obsessed
than half
with
of
it?
your stream and not debate people?
You
don't want to debate me because I mogged you.
So
Enzo mogs you. Millie mogs you.
You think that I've spent, dude? Enzo conceded to me in a debate, and Millie got so pissed off after she lost my debate, the debate with me, that she spent
There's
the
no
next
way
hour
Enzo conceded.
hour of her life going crazy because she was so pissed.
No, you got pissed.
In the debate that I had with Millie?
Yes, she
How
got
so?
you mad. She rage baited you.
What did she get me mad about
Because you guys,
specifically?
about birthright, I think, right? Abortion. She
Wait,
got you pissed off.
we didn't
And when
debate
she started
abortion.
talking about when you
You're
talk,
confused. We didn't debate abortion.
well, are you sure? Because I mean, that
Yeah,
was the time
I'm sure.
that you joined. Did you join her at that time? Because
We didn't debate abortion. We debated Donald Trump being a sexual exploiter.
Oh yeah.
This guy's a real smart guy. Now you do seem very very pissed off over my over the donation. So I'm actually going to take this as an opportunity to piss you off more. Thank you for the $20, Gradient. Thank you so much for the love. Gradient with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat says, did you see that Trump randomly decided to airdrop $45 million in cash to the Taliban yesterday? No, I didn't see that. Thank you, Gradient. And then Melissa, thank you so much for the $20
Make a wish.
over on Venmo. Yes, make a wish, Melissa. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Gradient and Melissa down below in that comment section for the $20 donations each. Patsy, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Let's get 5 big boobs for
You
Patsy.
disrespectful fuck. My brother said hi.
Boom.
My brother said hi to you. Okay.
Boom. Thank you for the $50 Patsy. Patsy with a $50.
Good. Now you
said,
can buy a Plan
here's
B.
to your
Keep donating,
GoFundMe.
guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah, guys, keep donating. Thank you for the $50. And then Savannah,
Donate for his
thank you so
Plan
much
Bs
for the
'cause he doesn't
$1
use
over on
condom.
PayPal. Layla, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for supporting the Grift, the GoFundMe, and for buying me a Plan B.
Such
Thank
a
you for the love,
grifter,
Layla.
man. That's why I love Millie.
Oh
She's
my
not like
God.
you.
And then Chase, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Who says for my Make-A-Wish kid. Love you, Dean Chase. Thank you for supporting the Grift. I want y'all to show some
For your
massive love
makeup
to
too,
Chase and
so,
Patsy
yeah.
down below in that comment section for supporting the Grift. By the way, if you're
For your
watching
makeup.
from home and you want to support the Grift, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, pin message over on YouTube. Oh my God, the donations stopped coming in. What do I need to do to Grift harder?
Oh,
Just kidding, Layla. Thank you so much for the love. Alyssa, thank you for the
donations,
$5
man.
over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Wait, what?
All these are fake donations. It's probably, you and Dean, that profile picture I had, you and Parker, that was real. It's probably Parker making alt accounts donating like all this money to you because that's like that's him paying child support.
So then I'm not a real grifter. If they're fake donations,
I mean, you're
then I'm
acting
not
like
a real
one
grifter.
so you can incentivize. You are. You're incentivizing people to donate because you just
I
said
thought
it.
you just, but I thought that you just said that the donations are fake.
I mean, they are because technically, Parker's laundering money through donations.
If the donations are fake, then I'm not
He
a
doesn't
real
want to pay
grifter.
taxes. I mean,
Dana, thank you so
fake.
much for the
And
€5
you-
over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Dana. Alyssa, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Shut up, bitch. I'm going to go and finish thanking my donors while you sit down like a good little boy on mute. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10 over on
Buddy,
PayPal.
never
Who
say that
says,
again,
just
I
got
mobbed
done,
you.
hush up, with my jazz concert and how to come support my favorite grifter. Thank you so much for supporting the grift, Elizabeth, as well as Gabrielle. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Gabrielle. Let's get 2,000 Gabrielle W's down below in that comment section who says love from Canada.
Buddy, you should set
Love
a
to
goal,
you for
buddy.
supporting the grift.
Set a goal.
$1 trillion, everybody. Donate until we hit $1 trillion.
set a goal.
Thank you for the
$1 trillion
$20,
what,
Gabrielle.
ARS?
And then Shanes, thank you so much for the $5. Who says the more he talks, the more I feel the need to support you. Yes, thank you for supporting the group. Danny, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying my quote-unquote fake donation. Danny, you are a legend for supporting the Griff. And then Patsy, thank you for another $50. Oh my God, over on PayPal, who says here's another $50 for your fake money being laundered by Parker to support the Make-A-Wish GoFundMe
Instead of-
grift.
instead of
Let's
people
go.
donating to you, they should
Thank you
donate
so
to
much for the love,
Mandami.
Patsy. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my God, I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for all the love for the grift. How do you know that the individuals that donated to me didn't donate to Mamdani?
I mean, all this money would help his campaign or his
So how do you know that they also didn't donate
his
to Mamdani?
administration, right? Because they're little kids. I mean, all these I see their profile pictures. They're like 6, 7, 8-year-olds. Like, yeah.
So you think 8-year-olds are sending me money?
Yeah, dude, I've seen like your most famous clips are little kids. None of your famous clips are you debating people. Like that, like the stream with Millie.
Actually,
that didn't go viral because
you kind
of
of got a
care about that.
you kind of
Kids
got a
don't care
point.
about that.
You kind of got a point. My most famous clip ever is a clip not of me debating someone because he was too scared to debate.
It's something about cane sugar.
It's the clip of Charlie Kirk running away from me.
Clip farming. Oh, of course, you're the best clip farmer.
Right. So I guess you're right. I guess my most famous clips are art ones. Are art ones of people debating me. Libby, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Holy shit, Libby. Libby with the $30 says, here's 4 condoms because this guy probably has never had to use one. Exactly, had to use one because he's likely an incel virgin.
True, I don't use them.
Thank you for the $30, Libby. Jessica, because you haven't had the opportunity to. Thank you for the $30, Libby. And then Jessica, thank you for the $5. And here's another fake donation. Aiden, appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo for supporting the grift. Marie, thank you so much for the $7 who says, thank you so much. Who says, you are my idol, love you forever from LooksMax. Oh, even he's supporting the grift. Then Marla, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal.
Thank you for the support, LooksMax.
Diapers. And then Anna, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says that this is actually Parker. How did he know? Valeria with the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for supporting the grift. Alexander with the $5 on Venmo for the grift. Carmen for the $5 on Venmo for the grift. Gotcha Girl with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat to support the grift. Thank you so much. Melissa with the $10 on Super Chat, more for the grift. And then Raul with the $5 for the grift. Thank you so much for the love. No, I don't have a tan at all because I don't.
You get a Trump tan.
I don't have a tan at all.
You look like you look like Trump's son, low key. You have the same, skin color as him. You have the same hair as him. Like you have everything. It's like you look like Barron a little bit.
Oh, so you're calling Barron a basic white boy?
I mean, he has more money than you, and he's better looking than you. But
but you just said that we look the same.
I mean, a little bit, but
whoa, man,
like
I was
the
better
hair,
looking than me.
the color, the skin color. That's what I mean, right?
So you're just saying that we're both white?
No, you guys are tan.
Congratulations! Yes, both me and Barron Trump are white. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
So listen, let me ask you something. Why do you never debate smart people? You only debate dumb people. You debate your own fans.
So the reason why I never debate smart people is because dumb people like you are the only ones who hop on my guest requests.
No, I can actually debate, but you don't want to debate because you keep grifting. You keep you keep thanking these fake donations, and you never debate at all.
Explain to me how this.
You should set a goal. You should set like a 10K goal because you get hella donations. So after 10K,
explain to me how this is fake.
That says negative, so it's going out of your bank or out of your credit card, whatever.
That is a plus sign, my friend. That is $5 from Marissa.
Wait,
thank you so much for supporting the Dean Griff. $5?
Oh, from the DNC. All right. So let me ask you something. How do you? LooksMax. What the fuck? Why do people copy my profile picture, bro? Your fans are weak. Dean. Fuck you. Stop. Bro. All right, watch what I'm gonna do to you. Watch.
I'm watching. Never said I'd hear, but I'm watching. What are you gonna do? I'm watching. Like I'm watching.
Wait, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, tell me.
So when are you gonna have a?
You cut out.
When are you gonna have a debate?
You cut out.
When are you gonna have a debate? Stop trolling, bro. You're
you cut
clip
out again?
farmer. Clever killer mogs you.
The guy that's on meth?
No, the guy that mogs you and can take. Stop. You're such a soy lot. Bro, stop muting me, kid. You're weird.
That's fun. Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop instead of the guest request if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Here we go, y'all. Just make sure that we're following the rules, please. I would really appreciate it, quite frankly, if we could all follow the rules. What's going on, Dakota? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Dakota, how old are you?
30.
Okay, all right. Take it away, Dakota. Why do you support the worst president of your 30 years of life? We've never had anybody quite as bad as him.
I actually wanted to ask you, what's the worst thing he's done that you can think of?
One single-handedly worst thing.
Yeah, the worst.
I'm going to have to give you a couple. One of the worst would be him sexually exploiting naked women and kids.
Wait, I would like to know one, and that is not proven. So I would like to know your number one.
It may be hard to give you a number
Proven
one.
in a court of law, not paid off, not anything like that. Number one.
Why does it have to be proven in a court of law, out of curiosity?
Oh, because that's how this land works. That's how the Constitution works. You have to be proven in the court of law to be guilty. And he didn't do that with those. So you can't bring those up.
Well, I mean,
Just
I
one.
think if-
One worst thing that he's done as president.
I think if somebody admits to something.
As president, no, he didn't admit it. He paid them. He paid them to leave him alone. So he didn't admit
What
it.
you're talking about.
He didn't admit it. He didn't admit it.
Could I keep on talking without you interrupting me?
No, not about the sexual predator thing, because that's
Well, then this is
not
gonna be
relevant.
really unproductive. Of course it's relevant. You asked me to name the worst thing I think.
How
that
is
Trump
that
has done.
relevant? They're all out of court.
'Cause you
He was
asked-
not in prison for sexually doing anything to anyone. So no, that's not relevant. So now you have to tell me, as president, I'm asking you as president, what's the worst thing he's done?
Okay, I'm going to respond to everything else that you said first. So I don't think that
okay.
I don't think that something always has to be proven in a court of law for us to believe.
Of course not, you don't.
Right. I could.
That's just a law.
Okay, can I finish speaking?
Yeah, that's just a law.
Thank you. So I don't think that something always has to be proven in a court of law for us to reasonably believe it. Like for instance, if a rapist were to admit to raping somebody, but it never went to court for whatever reason, I would still believe that they're a rapist, even though it was never proven in a court of law. And I'd say that's reasonable, right?
Mm-hmm. If you're mad at a man and you take him to court for rape, great.
No, I'm saying hypothetically, if a rapist admitted to raping somebody, but for whatever reason it never went to court.
But he didn't admit that.
So he did admit to sexual exploitation.
Sexploitation of who?
Of either the naked women at Miss USA and or the naked little girls at Miss Teen USA.
Yeah, the ones that came out.
Yeah, there's
Kind of like
four
Michael
of these-
Jackson.
There's four of these little
It's
girls.
like
that
a
came
Michael
out.
Jackson situation where they come out after the fact, after money.
Did Michael Jackson admit to doing it?
Of course not.
Okay, so then it's not like the Michael Jackson situation,
Yeah,
considering the
it
fact that
is.
Trump admitted to doing it.
Because he paid them off.
And then also, I don't know anything about MJ's guilt, but can I play the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting people?
Go ahead.
Say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage
Wait,
before a
what's the
show,
question?
and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else.
What's that?
You have to play the question that he was asked before he's explaining his answer, right?
Sure.
Okay. Go back.
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, so there's Donald Trump
saw
admitting
these
to
incredible looking women by accident. He's standing there, the owner of the pageant. You're
So
gonna
we're-
laugh, really?
I'm just laughing
Really?
I'm laughing at your grape apologetics.
No.
It's your sexual violence. Excuse me. Your
He's
sexual
standing
violence
there
apologetics.
by accident because he's a leader of a pageant, and you're gonna say he was sexually going after these women. He's literally the leader of a pageant, going backstage like any owner of a pageant would. And you're saying he's sexually attacking these women.
So I just want to clarify. Do you think that he accidentally allowed himself to unconsensually
Walked backstage.
Hey, ma'am. Can I speak?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, you think that Donald Trump accidentally allowed himself to, as he said, barge in, right, to a private woman's only space.
When did he
where there
say
was
barge in?
no other men around. He said that he barged in when he argued that he would allow himself to go into that space under the guise of an inspection.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
That's not
He
real.
walked
You can't-
backstage because he's the owner of the entire pageant.
So what he walked into was the women's dressing room that was backstage. He walked into the
women's dressing room backstage. Have you seen the backstage of a women's pageant before? There is no closets. There is no rooms. They are all doing it right backstage.
Okay, so then why did he say that there's no men around if it wasn't specifically a women's only space?
Because he's the owner. He's allowed to do that.
That's
he
not the
walked
question that I
back
asked
there.
you. I asked you, then why did he say that there's no men around if it wasn't a private women's
I
only
just
space?
told you he's the owner and he's a man and he walked back there.
That's not what I'm asking you. Why did in the clip he said that
Yes, you did.
Ma'am, the question is, if this was just a general backstage area, point number one, right? I don't believe you. I do not believe that running.
Believe what? I wasn't there.
Could you please allow me to finish speaking?
Can I finish?
Of course. Go ahead.
Thank you. So point number one, I do not believe you when you attempt to argue that they were just all getting undressed and getting naked in a general backstage area where anybody was allowed. The reason why I'd argue that is because what you're telling me here is that at Donald Trump's beauty pageants, they promoted the open and public view of naked children at Miss Teen USA. I just don't think any pageant would promote that. Now, if you do want to argue that Trump's pageant did promote that, well, then you're just arguing that Donald Trump promoted the public unconsensual viewership of the naked children.
You're literally saying that children were naked backstage. Is that what you're trying to say right now to your audience?
Yeah, there was.
You're
there
trying
was
to say
naked
children were
dressed
naked.
at Miss Teen USA.
Children were doing Miss Pageant USA.
Yeah,
Then you
children
are
in the age range of 15 to
you are
19
then-
competed at Miss
guess
Teen
what?
USA.
That means that you are misleading your audience to think that children were backstage being viewed by Trump, and that's not the case.
Did 15-year-olds compete at Miss Teen USA?
Was he backstage at Miss USA? Because that's not the clip that you just showed. That's not the clip that he was talking about.
You just argued
it
that
wasn't
he was allowed,
about children.
You just argued that he was allowed to go backstage.
Not at the fucking minors.
Wait, so why is he allowed to do it to women, but he's not allowed to do it to minors, considering in
Because that's perverted,
it
and
would
he
be the
didn't do
unconsensual
that.
viewership.
You're saying that based on what? He went and looked at 15-year-olds based on what?
Answer my question. Why would he be allowed to do this to women, but not allowed to do this to minors, considering the fact
because
that
they're
in both-
minors. Dude,
One
you're
moment.
answering your own question in your question. He
I-
didn't do it to minors.
I have
He
three
did
more-
it to adults.
I have three more words.
He
to-
walked backstage
I have three more words.
to adults.
Did you get it all out?
Yes, I'm telling you, he didn't do it to minors. He did it to adults, and that's what he said in his audio,
Okay,
as you can play back.
Here's
Wait,
my
so
question.
that's the weirdest thing he's
Here's my question. So why would he be allowed to do this to women, but he wouldn't be allowed to do this to minors, considering the fact that in both scenarios, it was the unconsensual viewership of a naked body of another individual?
Dean, can I
Regardless-
ask you?
Ma'am,
Do you need to
ma'am,
be
I
attracted
have-
to girls every
ma'am,
time you see them?
Ma'am,
Do you need to be attracted to minors every time you see them, Dean?
that was a really weird question. I'm
No,
really
it's not. No, it's not. If he walked backstage just like his granddaughter's getting dressed to go to the pool, does that mean he's attracted to them?
Are you trying to justify Donald Trump unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of little
Walking
girls?
by, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. But
But you
even
just
if he
argued that it'd
did,
be okay.
does
Yeah,
that
even if he
matter?
did. It does matter.
My grandpa
Yes.
saw me before I got in my bathing suit. Do I think he was attracted to me?
Uh,
No, you
listen,
are inferring
listen,
things
if-
out of your own brain.
Dakota,
That's weird. That's psycho.
Dakota, if your grandfather looked at your naked body unconsensually, which
Yep.
would be self-implied
Yep.
because you were a minor, when you were like changing into like pool clothes
Yep.
when you were like a teenager,
14,
that was-
15.
that was absolutely wrong.
No, it's not. He looked at me with love. I sat on his lap his whole life. He never touched me. He never looked at me weird. You don't have to be a pervert to see that stuff. You are inferring that Trump is a pervert without being in his brain.
So you just said that
You
sat
are
on his lap?
inferring that this dude is a pervert, and he's not. He's a normal dude. He's a president.
Wait.
He went about his business, and his business was the pageant. So he walked through, of course, Dean,
Ma'am.
of his own business.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm not a ma'am. I'm 30 years old. I'm not ma'am.
Okay, I'm trying to like determine the right way to go about this. Okay, how about this? I think the way that we're gonna go about this is hopefully without you interrupting me. You know, like I'm kind of at the end of my stream here. I have another 30 minutes left. I'm pretty like low energy.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
open to
really.
all this. You know,
I
I'm
don't.
really a Republican that believes in,
Dakota.
I believe in abortion. I believe
Dakota,
in all of
can
these
you try to
things. I
do?
am a social liberal. I swear to God, I'm a social liberal. But like
Dakota,
this
can you
shit,
try to do one thing for me? Could you try not to interrupt
I'm
me?
listening. I'm listening. Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Can you agree that you've interrupted me like almost every time I've opened my mouth since you
No,
joined?
I will not agree to that. But I am a social liberal
That was good.
and
'Cause
I'm a
that was good because that was an
fiscal
interruption.
Republican.
That was great because that was an interruption right there.
What? We're just talking and you think you have the lead because you're a boy.
What? I'm just asking to be able to speak without being interrupted. I could give you the same grace.
You haven't. You keep telling me I'm interrupting you. Not once have I said that to you because I'm a girl and you're a boy.
What? This person's weird. Can we just agree to not interrupt one another?
We haven't. I don't think we have been. If we were face to face, it would be the same deal.
So just to clarify, you don't think that you've been interrupting me?
No.
Okay, this is a weird one. I'm just gonna go back to what I was saying. Don't interrupt me, please. I'd really appreciate it. So the definition of sexual exploitation would include the abuse of somebody's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. Now, if you're under the age of 18, you cannot consent to sexual conduct. And looking at like a woman or a girl's naked body, right? Unless like you have extremely good reason to do so, like you're a medical health professional working on an ambulance and you have to rip their shirt off to give them CPR, that is unconsensual sexual conduct. Okay? Right? And obviously, there's like none of this extraordinarily good reason for Trump to look at their naked bodies, considering the fact that he's the male owner of a beauty pageant that was barging into their dressing rooms to look at them while they had no clothes on. But I think the one thing that I very specifically want to comment on here, that I very specifically want to respond to here, is it is not okay for a grown man to be looking at the naked bodies of children. It is not okay for 65-year-old Donald Trump to walk backstage and observe the naked bodies of the 15-year-old girls that were competing at Miss Teen USA while they were getting undressed to put their dress on for the competition.
We're not disagreeing.
These things are never okay.
And on that same note, what about
Biden?
You know, you've gotten this question.
What about Biden?
What? No, I wasn't gonna say anything about. He doesn't even know where he's at. I don't care about him. Like the transgender 65-year-old man that goes into the locker room. That's basically you're saying like that's not okay.
Okay, I will happily have a conversation with you about trans individuals as soon as you could agree that it is wrong for Donald Trump to sexually exploit the women at Miss USA and the teens at Miss Teen USA that he did, that he admitted to on the clip that we just listened to, right? And by the way, I'm going to start muting you at this point because of the perpetuate interruptions. But by the way, just using your own logic, if you want to make an equivalence between trans individuals using the bathroom that would align with their gender identity and Donald Trump barging into these spaces, while considering the fact that you defended Donald Trump barging into these spaces and you are drawing a comparison between that and trans individuals using the restrooms of their choice, that therefore you're okay and you would also logically be forced into the defense of trans women using the women's restroom. So like not only is that a huge deflection, okay, but it's also a self-own because in making that equivocation, compared to your defense of Trump, you're arguing that you would also defend the trans women. Because like I'm over here saying that it's not okay for Donald Trump to go into these spaces. And you're saying, therefore, Dean, you must also not be okay with trans individuals going into these spaces. You're saying it is okay for Trump to go into these spaces. Therefore, in accordance with your own line of reasoning, you are okay with trans individuals going into these spaces. So cell phone, crazy cell phone. But just to get back on track, I do not think that this topic is complicated at all, Dakota. Donald Trump said he would walk into the private women's only spaces at these beauty pageant contestants. We know that it wasn't just generally backstage because he said he had to have a good reason to allow himself in. He said he had to allow himself in under the guise of an inspection. You don't need a good reason to allow yourself to go into a general, like non-gender exclusive backstage area at a pageant that you own. So that's why we know that he's specifically going into a private women's only space. And this fact is only further corroborated because he said that there was quote unquote no men around. So because he said he had to have good reason to allow himself to go in there, because he said that it's a private women's only space, by arguing, right, that there was no men around, and at the end of the clip, he said that he got away with it, we know that he's not just going into a general backstage area, but he's rather going specifically into the dressing rooms. And yes, at beauty pageants, there are dressing rooms. Because I didn't know if you knew this, but women don't feel comfortable taking their clothes off around men they don't know, around men that they're, maybe not in a relationship with. And then even when they are in a relationship with a man, they're not always consenting to being viewed naked by them. Right? So when there's events that would require women to take their clothes off, like to get changed for a beauty pageant, there's going to be special designated places for them to do so. Those places are called the women's locker room, the women's dressing room. Okay? And this isn't a crazy concept. That's why there's dressing rooms at retail stores. That's why there's locker rooms at the gym. And that's why there would have been a private women's only dressing room at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to ask you my initial question again, because I know you have an answer about the worst thing that Trump has done in your eyes.
I think we're talking about one of them right now.
I respect liberals. I respect liberals as much as I respect Republicans, because if we didn't have a melting pot of ideas, this country would be nothing.
I don't think
So
that we should have
please
a
tell
melting
me.
pot over this idea. I think that we should all
No,
unilaterally
an
reject
idea
sexual
of
violence.
politics. No, it's not about that. That's not my initial question. I
So,
just
just to
asked
clarify-
what you think the worst thing that he has done, like just in general, like. And Dean, I respect you. I do. I respect everybody with their opinion, especially smart people with their opinion. I think you're smart, and I think you have good opinions, and that's what makes this country good. Is we can mix them together and come to compromise. So, I just want to know what you think, like the worst thing that Trump has done. That was my question first and foremost.
So right now we're talking about one of those worst things. We're talking about how Donald Trump sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants.
No, his ideas and what he's implemented on the country, like not his personal life, nothing like that. Like in government,
So you
like
want
him as a president.
So just to clarify, you have no rebuttal and no response to the fact
Oh
that
no,
Donald
I
Trump
do.
sexually
I
exploited
don't
beauty
want to
pageant
get into that,
contestants.
Dean, because I'm afraid you're
I
gonna
do.
mute me.
I want to get into
I'm
it.
afraid you're gonna mute me again
Let's
if
let's
I
get
rebuttal.
into it, Dakota.
Well, are you gonna mute me? Like you have to tell me.
Only if you interrupt me every time I open my mouth.
No.
Yeah, I don't feel like I don't feel like I really was doing that before. So like I don't know what to say. I don't believe like a lot of stuff that comes out for a reason.
I don't think this young man can answer the question.
And I think that
By the way, I think that old man in the background has the brain the size of a pea and has the education of a fourth grader. Pipe down low, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I agree.
Yeah, let her debate.
No, yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
definitely. But no, I would rather get down to my first initial question. What was the question you wanted me to answer first?
Yeah, I wanted you to respond to the further explanation that I gave you. In response to the crazy claim that you made surrounding the fact that maybe it's okay for Donald Trump to look at the naked bodies of the teens competing at Miss Teen USA, and that maybe there wasn't anything really
honestly,
too
Dean,
wrong with him walking into the private women's only spaces of these women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, even though it would amount to sexual exploitation.
Yeah, Dean, I will say if you're a man in power and you're around women, it seems to be a trend that you will then be accused of other things, and yet people will pin stuff on you. Like I will say,
okay, I'm just gonna automatically
This is
discredit that by
across the
bringing up the
board.
fact this
Okay.
isn't just an accusation from the women and girls that he did this to. It's an admittance of guilt from him. We listened to
Yeah, to
him
settle
admit to
their
these
civil
things.
law. Yeah, to
We
settle the
we listened to
lawsuits.
Donald Trump say that Donald Trump did this. We didn't listen to the victims say Donald Trump did this. We can if we want. I could bring up the resources, but no. All that I've given you so far is that Donald Trump said Donald Trump did
I'm
this.
telling you, when someone wants to settle out of court, that's what they do. I've been in court. Like, that's what they do.
There was no litigation launched over this issue in 2005. Wait, and by the way, no, this isn't what they do when they settle outside of court. Because when you settle outside of court, legally speaking, it is not an admission of guilt, okay? Donald Trump gave an admission of guilt by testifying to the fact that he did it. When you settle
Then
outside of court of somebody,
Dean,
point number
how is
one,
he
this means that
president?
there's an active ongoing lawsuit. And point number two, this also means that they would not be admitting guilt.
Wait, I was asking you a question that was like really important to me, and you're like totally sidetracking. Yeah, like I just want to know what you think the worst thing he's done as president is, and you keep avoiding it by bringing up this baloney that like Michael Jackson had to go through, like the Bill Crosby, all of these people had to go through.
Parker, you could.
Are you trying to say in
You
all
can go
those
ahead and take over.
circumstances that one, it didn't happen, and two, I don't think that you're taking into account the fact that it's incredibly unlikely not only for him to be held civilly liable of sexual abuse wrongly, but also there being 26 plus people that have accused
He's
him of
literally
sexual.
our president.
Can I please
Like,
hold up? Can I please finish? That have accused him of sexual misconduct. You have to understand that this isn't just while he's been president; it's also from prior. And you can also look at plenty of the other presidential candidates that have ran. There's none of them that you could point to that 26 different people accused them of sexual misconduct, and they were all lying.
oh no, yeah, you're right. You're right. And he's still our president. So anyway, I was asking you, Dean, what's the worst thing he's done to you? That's such a simple
Ma'am,
question.
you're
Like,
going to be
innocent-
talking to a Parker here. You're going to be talking to Parker here for a
That's
second.
okay. I'll answer that question, but I really do want you to acknowledge the importance of what we brought up prior. In terms of the particular point on the policy, I would say one of the most negative things that he's done is he shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income and paying into the system to those that are disproportionately lower income.
Yeah, but you're making that up.
I'm not making that up. I
Tax
can
code
explain
what?
that to you.
Tax code what? Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
have to explain it.
so corporate tax and progressive tax structures like income tax are set up in a manner in which people who are higher income pay a greater proportion of their income into taxes than people who are lower income. And there's also a standard deduction, meaning that you
That's
don't
been-
pay taxes until a certain amount of income. So the point that I would make is that when Trump increases taxes through tariffs, that affects everyone because everyone buys consumer products.
I agree with
So
that.
people who aren't paying into the system right now because they can't, because of the fact that they have the standard deduction and they don't make over the standard deduction, are going to be paying into the system given that there's an increase in the cost of consumer products.
Dean, are
So
you
what
okay?
what's up?
I said, Dean, are you okay? Is this like your munch time that you get? Like, seriously, to like feel yourself during all of this?
Can you focus on Parker, please?
No, like I'm being a real human being with you. Like, you're like, are you feeling yourself? Or are you just
I was about to say,
leaving?
I was about to say that you're getting cooked as much as this garlic bread, but the difference is that this garlic bread is perfectly cooked because my girlfriend made it, and you're a little bit overdone.
That's a little misogynist, but okay.
It's misogynist to tell you that you're getting slam dunked on
I'm
in a debate
Because I'm
where you're
30 and
arguing
you
that
know
sexual
that. So
violence
you
is
told
permissible.
me that the garlic bread was overdone, just like me, because I'm 30. But go ahead.
No, you're not quote unquote overdone because you're 30. I said that you're metaphorically overdone in the sense that you're getting fucking
You asked me my
roiled in
age
this
earlier.
debate.
You asked me my age earlier.
The same way I ask everybody their age when they join.
Yeah, exactly. And you said I'm overdone like that garlic bread.
No, you're really reaching. You're trying to connect the dots, right? That don't
Parker,
connect.
I would like to talk to you now. I was trying to be nice to this liberal guy that I'm trying to, because you know what Republicans want to do? We want to reach out and we want to relate to everyone and we want to get together and have melting pots of ideas. And you guys don't want to do that with us.
I just brought something up and you didn't even engage with what I had to say, and you just did that with Dean. I literally was arguing
No,
something and I was answering your
trying to be a
question.
normal person
But
with
you
Dean.
In the middle of us having a conversation and me explaining to you the policy that you were asking for over and over again? I was
I
nicely
was
answering your question after you kept deflecting away from the points that Dean and I made, and you, instead of responding to anything I said, completely avoided that and just asked Dean random
Who
questions.
even are you, Parker?
What do you mean, who am I? I'm on the live debating with you right now.
You're not debating with me. You are trying to distract me because
From what?
your fellow is eating dinner.
I mean, I came up before he even got
What's
dinner,
going
but
on
what's the
here?
point of that? What? So he's let him
What
eat.
are you even trying to say to me right now, Parker?
I said let him eat, and I was I was giving you a policy that Trump. Hey, Dakota, I was giving you a policy that Trump is engaging in that disproportionately negatively impacts lower income individuals at the benefit of rich people, and it was one of the most evil things that Trump has done. And instead of responding to that, you've just like not engaged with
Trump
that.
is evil
Well, I think this is evil. Yes.
because he made the tax system better. You think
Because he's increasing taxes on working class Americans to then give literally benefits to rich people and wealthy Americans.
you're talking out your ass. He didn't do that.
He did. I've been explaining it to you. Would you like to respond to any of the points I've made?
Not. He did not. He lowered taxes for everyone. What are you talking about?
He didn't lower taxes for everyone. He actually raised taxes for everyone by imposing tariffs.
I'm one of the working class people that he lowered taxes on that I can see in my taxes. What are you talking about?
Well, actually, you wouldn't have seen that because it's the same tax policy as what was prior through the TCJA, and the tax cuts that you got applicable to income earners.
You've been caught.
The tax cuts applicable to income earners. Listen. The tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, right, would still have existed under Kamala Harris's plan. And even if we weren't to take that into account, the taxes imposed through tariffs are going to negatively impact you to a greater extent than the taxes you're going to be receiving and getting back from the context of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
So you literally just admitted that he didn't.
Because let me explain. Most of the revenue from tariffs are going to come from people who are lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So an increase in the cost of consumer products will disproportionately raise their taxes more, comparative to people who are rich who spend lower proportions of their income on consumer products.
And do you know what that does? The rich can hire more.
Okay, well, the issue is that there's no incentive for them to do so because this is based upon income tax.
No,
What you're not understanding is that's actually something that they can deduct from their taxable income, meaning that if they have a higher top marginal tax rate, that creates a greater incentive for them to reinvest into their firm or increase the wages of their employees because they would save whatever their top marginal tax rate is.
Yeah, and if they have more money left over at the end, they're going to hire more people.
Again, what would give them more money left over at the end would be a higher top marginal tax rate because what they save is a reinvestment into their firm because it reduces their taxable income.
No, you tax the rich less, like my father that owns a business, and they're going to hire more. If you tax them
Not
more,
true.
they're going to fire people. Oh, well, my dad owns a business, dude.
Okay,
And he
I do too.
fires people when they're
And I also
taxing
have a degree in economics, and I understand that actually
Well, your
people are
degree
going
in
to.
economics
I'll
means
explain.
nothing because my
It
dad
does.
owns a business, dude.
Well, let me tell you something.
He owns a business, and
Well-
he fires people when their taxes go up, dude.
Okay, well, again, the point that I would make is that, again, the taxes that we're trying to impose are on the highest levels of income earners, and it's on the tax on the income that they're taking out of it. So if your dad, right, is making over $400,000 a year in income,
Yeah.
and because of his 2% increase on the income tax over
He doesn't
$400,000
fire people
a
over
year,
that.
he is going to cut people's income or cut people's wages. That's actually reflective of him because he doesn't save
Yeah, he
anything more
doesn't
by
do that.
doing
He
that.
doesn't do that.
Listen, he doesn't save anything more by doing that at all. Because again,
I just
when
told
you
you he
give
doesn't do
wages
that.
to your employees, you write that off on taxes. Okay, meaning
I
you
just
don't pay
told you he
taxes
doesn't
on that
do that.
income.
I can't talk to you about that because I don't know about it because my dad doesn't do that. When the economy gets hard, he lets people go because he's taxed way higher.
Oh, wait. There's been the most layoffs there's ever been in a single year since the
Yep.
pandemic. This year at 1.1 million layoffs. So are you arguing
Yep.
that Donald Trump has made the economy bad and increased taxes?
I think Joe Biden's economy, because how long has Trump been in office, Dean?
For the last 11 months, just so happens to be the same
Yeah.
time frame that we've seen a
11
drastic
months.
increase in the
That's
level
nothing.
of layoffs.
Yeah, that's Joe Biden's economy.
No, it's not. It's actually because of Trump imposing tariffs, which negatively impact the economy and the labor market. We've seen unemployment
That's not the
increase
labor
since Trump.
market. I agree that it's the grocery stores, it's the capitalism, it's going to buy stuff. I don't agree that that's employment.
It impacts employment as well because it's actually made it more costly to manufacture goods in the United States, and then it's also caused trade wars with countries around the world, destroying exporting industries in the United States that export their products to other countries around the world. So that harms jobs. Mass deportation also harms jobs because of the fact that you're getting rid of a huge portion of people that are buying products in the United
Yeah, but if
States,
you get rid of
alongside the fact that
if you get
it
rid of
makes people.
deportation, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say this is my stance on that. Then they have to pay their wages, which they should, Americans, to fellow Americans. And guess what? Those people get to go out and buy groceries and be normal human beings. I live in a farming community. These people are paid cents, and then they go to Walmart and they buy rotisserie chickens. They wire their money down to their countries, and they literally live in two trailers, eight of them, while they're working, and then they make below minimum wage, and they work many hours. And these are the people that we're importing. And that's not fair. That's not fair to Americans. I see it with my own eyeballs where I live.
Okay. There's a few issues with this. One, we could provide a pathway to citizenship, and then you would consider it fair as they couldn't accept anything. Can I please finish?
Yes, be citizens. Yes. I love that.
Yeah, but the issue is under Trump's system, with the level of deportations he's advocating for, along with the violations of due process, not only is it undermining constitutionally protected rights in this country, but it's also negatively impacting the economy. And many of the employees specifically that he's going to inevitably fire actually are going to make our country not only less productive, reduce the size of our GDP, but also negatively impact employment for other Americans. Because there's actually going to be
Don't you think if he does that, more Americans will have to step up for a higher wage? The people that are paying them under wage will have to hire their wages, and then Americans will do it.
The issue that you're not taking into account is that you're not taking into account the demand imposed by people who are in the country that's going to go away, which is going to reduce the productive capacity and therefore diminish jobs in this country. But also the fact that plenty of the jobs that undocumented immigrants are upholding right now actually are jobs that allow for other jobs to exist that Americans are employed into. So if you actually are going to cut their jobs, that's actually going to negatively impact the employment of U.S. Citizens that are in the country already, because other people being employed within the context of a firm increases the productivity of said firm. So what you're not understanding is the negative impact that will have on American citizens for you to impose all of these different types of horrible policies that negatively impact the labor market. It's taught to you, and it's said that it's to impact U.S. citizens to a greater extent, but it doesn't. They are lying to you because they're not using economics to justify their positions. They're utilizing feelings.
I totally get what you're saying, but like, how would it negatively impact this country if only U.S. born citizens were working instead of what you're saying that
I'll tell you, it reduces the productive capacity of our economy. It reduces the size of the GDP. It reduces the level of overall employment. It reduces innovation. It reduces competition. You understand that all of those things are going to be negatively impacting Americans in this country?
That's what I'm asking you. How?
I just told you. I just gave you multiple examples.
That's not a good argument, because if Americans were working those jobs, it would be their wages would be up to the point that they could work those jobs and get by for a living.
There's no good evidence that mass deportation increases wages. There's actually no good evidence of that. And even so, if you want to reference certain highly specialized forms of immigration that could possibly see in certain industries reductions in the wages, specifically when there is a higher amount of immigration, specifically in the context of high skill industries, that in of itself actually leads to so much greater productivity gains and innovation gains that there is no reason why you would want to get rid of that level of immigration.
So
high skill immigration is very
need
positive,
immigrants
impacting
to
into
run
our
this country. You're saying we need immigrants.
Yes, immigration is not only an incredible. I'll tell you, immigration is not only an incredibly important aspect of our culture, but it's also an incredibly important aspect of the economy to benefit Americans in general, because it's important to have a lot of people who are working to be able to provide for the same benefits that you're going to be
Why
receiving
can't
when you're
Americans
older,
do that?
such
Why
as Social
can't
Security and
Americans do that?
Medicare and Medicaid, because the fertility rates have been below replacement rates since the 1970s.
So we need to replace our population.
It's not about
is what you're
replacing.
saying.
It's not about replacing. It's about the fact that they are Americans and that we're just growing our population. The idea of quote unquote replacement is this idea perpetuated specifically to say that there's something being taken away from you rather than something that you're gaining from it.
Dang.
Seriously,
I
like
didn't
they're
know
just
you
lying
guys
to
thought
you.
of it
They're
that
trying
way,
to
like-
say that it takes away from you, but inevitably
Yeah.
it's helping you and making you better
saying-
off.
You're
It's
saying,
creating
like,
the American
immigrants
dream.
coming here is creating the American dream
Yes,
and
it is.
replacing our population.
No, replace it. What do you mean by replacement? It's helping
You
you.
said it yourself. Just
I
now.
said it. I'm saying it's not replacement,
What's
and
being
it's
replaced?
only said in that way to make you think that something's being taken from you, rather than to think that immigrants are actually taking care of us.
So what's being replaced?
Ask Parker.
What's being replaced, Dakota?
I don't think anything should what do you mean? Let's get at the root of it.
What do you mean?
I don't.
Here, let me thank a couple people here real quick. Reverend, appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Reverend. Reverend with the $20 says, my wife works as a welder for a large manufacturer. Because of the tariffs, the company has made layoffs and cut hours because they cannot import the parts they need to manufacture fast enough. It is the line employees that suffer. Yes, employees end up suffering. Consumers end up suffering. I'm really sorry to hear that. And thank you for the $20. I'd also like to thank Danielle for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some massive love to Danielle and Lincoln down below in that comment section. Thank you. Sorry, not Lincoln, Reverend. Show some love to Danielle and Reverend down below in that comment section. Danielle with the $20 says your girlfriend seems so sweet and cool, and you clearly love each other very much. It's very nice to see. By the way, a plain glass of milk is diabolical. I fucking love milk, dude. I will never pass up a good opportunity to have an awesome glass of whole milk. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, and then, yo, Lincoln! Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. I want to see 500 Lincoln W's down below in that chat for the $50, who says, thank you for doing what you do like always. Lincoln, my man. That is very, very kind of you, bro. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Kim, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Kim, I would have loved to have you up during that conversation. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Hadley with a 5. Pot with a $4.20. And then Joy with the $2. Hadley with the $5. And Tass with the $2 as well. Appreciate you guys. And no, yeah, Tass, in response to that dinner was fucking great, dude. Oh my God, I smashed that shit so fast. It was very like ugly eating though, so you know, had to do it off frame, but you know, it was yummy. Now back to the debate also, Parker, that lines up well because that's when I'll be hopping off. Is your name Danielle Dakota?
What?
Is your name Dakota?
Dakota.
Okay, so Dakota.
Like the Indian tribe.
Do you have a response to anything that Parker just said there? Native American, by the way. Do you have a response to?
Excuse me, did you just correct me on my own heritage, being native?
Exactly, being native.
Did you just correct me on being native?
Exactly, native.
You did?
Native. Just saying, native.
Yep.
Now,
No, I'm asking
I'm not
you.
gonna.
Did
I'm
you
not gonna
correct
use
me?
this. I'm not gonna use it. I'm not.
Look
gonna,
at me.
Oh
Did
my
you?
God. I'm not gonna allow you to use this as an opportunity to move away from responding to what Parker said. Please respond to what Parker said.
I honestly am still asking you what Donald Trump did. The worst thing he did.
Didn't I already answer this question like multiple times?
Parker, I didn't ask you.
What? Yes, you did.
No, I asked him.
The worst thing that Donald Trump ever did was, as president, was J6. When he tried to steal and rig the outcome of the election from Joe Biden. That was the largest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
There's many sides of that.
Well, what there isn't a side to is the fact that he tried to rig the election. He admitted to installing fake votes for himself in Congress. He admitted to sending the fake slates of electorates to the 7 different key swing states that Biden won that he lost with fake votes that said he won those states. No, he admitted to trying to rig it back. Yeah, he did.
But he lost, right?
Yeah, because his attempt to rig the election was unsuccessful because Mike Pence didn't cave. And what was the response of J6ers to Mike Pence? They called for his hanging. The same way Donald Trump called for the hanging of 7 Democrats in Congress less than 2 weeks ago.
Oh, Donald Trump did that?
Yeah, Dakota.
What about Charlie Kirk?
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk did say...
Died with a gunshot in his neck. So you want to bring up calling for people's death?
What Democratic presidential candidate called for that?
Yeah, I do want to talk about that.
I said what Democratic presidential candidate called for that?
Oh my God. There's so many that are like literally out of their minds talking about people that shouldn't be in government, and we have made the government, and it's not even
So can you name one?
What did Charlie Kirk do to deserve a gunshot bullet?
Wait, Dakota.
No,
Dakota,
what did he do to deserve a gunshot
no
bullet
one's
to his
no
neck?
one's saying he deserved it. We're just claiming right now specifically that you can't mention a single Democratic presidential candidate that called for this.
I don't
Yet we
need
can
to,
tell you that
because
the
that's what I
president that
have.
you support. Hold up.
Guess what I have?
Hold up.
I
The
have
president.
a Republican person
Oh my God.
for Trump getting shot in the neck, and you guys don't have anyone.
Wait, so
what are you gonna do?
Who's
What are
Melissa,
you gonna
who's
do?
Melissa Hortman?
Yes, literally
Who
the
the
Hortmans.
fuck is Melissa Hortman? You're right.
Oh, wow. Well, that's really disrespectful to the victim of a
Oh,
senseless,
really? Is
politically
it?
driven
Who
act
is
of
it?
murder.
Oh, she was murdered
Yeah, she was a
in her family, right?
She's a representative from Minnesota who's murdered by a MAGA person because she was a Democratic representative.
And it's a different level, and you won't admit it.
It is a
What?
different
What does that
level.
mean?
It
It's
is-
a different level, and you won't admit it.
Well, the only difference in the level is that she was a representative and he was a podcaster. But
Charlie Kirk
I don't
was
think that that's relevant.
nationwide,
I just don't think that that's relevant.
Charlie Kirk was
I'm not going to
international.
say that like Charlie Kirk's assassination was like any less worse, even though he was a podcaster. Right. So but like it is true that
Podcaster?
she was a representative
If
and
he
was
was
a
a
podcaster.
podcaster, he wouldn't have got shot in the neck, Dean.
What?
If he was a podcaster, he
What
wouldn't
the
have got
fuck are
shot
you
in the neck.
saying?
Who's this guy that's along with you?
Parker,
Dean?
my name is Parker.
Are
you
you
can read
drunk?
right there. It says Parker right here.
Are you drunk?
No, he got shot in the neck.
Are you
He
drunk?
got shot in the neck.
Why do you
by
keep
an
repeating that?
assassin.
Why do you keep repeating that?
200 meters away.
Are you taking shots?
And you're gonna try to act like
Are you
they're
taking
the same thing.
shots? Are you drunk, Dakota?
You're gonna try to act like it's the same thing.
Are you drunk?
No. He's not. He's just trying to clarify, like genuinely. Like, have you been drinking tonight at all?
No.
Ma'am, step out of the car. I'm going to have you walk in a straight line and recite your ABCs backwards.
This is what you do.
I'm just not sure I believe you.
Like we're not like judging or anything. We're just curious, just because like we want to make sure that like you're like totally in your right mind right now when you're making these claims. They're pretty absurd.
Pretty absurd.
Yeah.
That's how you guys are. That's why you will never win another election, Dean.
Why, we
Why-
actually
why?
won an
'Cause we're
election
just-
today. Yes, a Democrat won the mayoral seat
Isn't that
in
so
Miami
cute? You will
for
never
the first
live
time in 30
to
years.
see another liberal win another presidential election. Isn't that cute?
A liberal's gonna win
Because
the
you
presidency
act like
in
that.
like 3
Wait, do you want
years.
to?
Are you
Wait,
drunk? Are you
Dakota.
drunk?
Dakota, do you want to bet on that? I bet you that
Yeah.
there will be a Democrat that will win an election
in my lifetime.
Oh,
yeah.
when?
in our lifetime. I bet you in my lifetime there will be a Democrat that wins.
So when do you get paid out on the bet? When you die?
No, whenever it
Yeah,
happens,
Parker.
whenever
Oh,
it happens
true,
is
true,
when I get
true,
paid
true.
out.
Yeah, you wanted to make that bet, Dakota?
Yeah.
Yo,
How
Josh, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I used to drink a whole gallon of milk per week. Dude, I go through like 2 gallons a week with me and my girlfriend. Thank you for the $10, Josh. I'd also like to thank Joey for the $10, who says, contributing to the quote-unquote turn her camera off fun. And then Gavin, thank you for the $10. Who says, not sure if you saw it, but we flipped the Georgia seat. No fucking way. Yeah, I'm going to be making a video about that as soon as I get off live here in like literally 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you guys so much for the love. Go ahead.
Dean, that is just diabolical. What do you mean you drink full on glasses of milk, bro? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Because milk is it's a superfood. It's loaded with all the goodies and it tastes great.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, it's also it's decent. Like it has protein. You know, like a glass of milk, a cup of milk, 8 grams of protein. Boom. I love that shit. I live for that shit. I fucking love it.
In one glass.
Yeah, 1 glass, 8 grams of protein.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have like a lot of nutrients or anything.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, bro's going through 2 gallons in a week, bro. Bro's running off of milk.
We drink a lot of milk. We drink a lot of fucking milk.
You have to take time out of your day to do that. That's.
Wait, Dakota, why are you joining in on this? I'm so confused.
No, like
maybe you should have had a cup of the milk compared to a cup of the
Dean.
cab.
If you were smart, you would have made a radio show with me, Parker, and you.
Definitely crazy.
Well,
yeah, I was just gonna say I always like oat milk. Like I get my coffee with oat milk.
Yeah,
like, that's what I always do.
Less calories.
I don't even know if it has less calories. I just like the taste of oat milk.
I think it has protein too.
We should. I just, for whatever reason, feel very uncomfortable socializing with this guest. So we should like stop talking about milk and like start talking about how she said it's okay for old men to look at the naked bodies of kids. Like I don't want anybody to forget that that's something that she said.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Dean.
You did. You did. You said that. You said that. What Donald Trump admitted to.
The business and you walk through.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Yeah, I was about to go live right now.
Yeah,
thank you, Dean. I appreciate you having me up as always, man.
Yeah, you take care. Bye, Dakota. Bye, guys. Bye, Parker.
Bye.
Okay, all right. Before we hop off, there's a couple people I'd like to thank. Emily, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, Dean, have you ever tried Fairlife milk? Yeah, I was hooked on Fairlife milk for a long time. Betsy, thank you for the $10. Santa Dean, I love your vids. I watch every live. Thank you, Betsy. That's awesome. Quincy, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you for that love, Quincy. And then Juan, thank you for the $5. And Marlia with the $5 over on PayPal. Dominic with the $3. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. If you want to continue to watch debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. You'll see more of me tomorrow. I'm going to go make a video talking about the massive, massive wins that the Democrats took today in all of the elections. Peace and love, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.